The Highlander's Wish. A clean Christmas Highlander historical romance novella. By Sarah and Kane. Copyright 2025 by Sarah and Kane. Cover design by Sarah and Kane. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This is a clean romance novel with an intimacy level of 2 according to the guide created by Michelle Pennington of the Writing Gals. It has 0 swearing, with affirmative references to God and minced oaths, shoot, tarnation, egad. Chapter 1, Dunvegan Castle. Scottish Highlands, 1716. Her mare's hooves slipped once more on the ice-crusted heather, causing Lady Roselyn Vaughan to grip the reins tighter despite her fingers having gone numb an hour ago. Wind screamed across the frozen moorland, driving snow into her face with a fury only nature could summon, but the storm outside was nothing compared to the one raging inside her. Edmund's smile still haunted her. Cold. Calculating. Prematurely victorious. She'd been so careful, listening at the parlor door while he entertained his guests. She'd been so certain he wouldn't notice her absence from the gathering. But she'd heard enough. More than enough. The physician's certificate declares her dangerously unstable, Edmund had said, his voice smooth as silk over steel. Quite mad, in fact. Prone to violent fits and delusions. He's agreed to testify before the magistrate after 12th night. And the girl herself? That voice belonged to someone Rosie didn't recognize. Rough. Common. The kind of voice that came from a man who did unpleasant things for coin. Will be safely housed at Bedlam by then. The hired men know what to do. An unfortunate incident on the road, witnesses to her instability, and by the time anyone questions the circumstances, I'll have control of her inheritance. All perfectly legal, gentlemen. The laughter that followed had turned Rosie's blood to ice. She'd fled then, racing through the manor's back passages, grabbing her cloak and what little silver she'd hidden in her chamber. The stables had been easy enough to reach, though the storm had already begun in earnest. She'd taken the fastest mare, knowing her cousin Edmund would send men after her the moment he discovered her gone. She'd been right. They'd caught up with her at the coaching inn 3 miles south. She'd managed to fight free when the innkeeper's wife had screamed, drawing unwanted attention to Rosie's attackers. But not before one of them had gotten close enough to draw blood. Her fingers found the gash above her eyebrow, and they came away sticky. The wound had stopped bleeding an hour ago, or perhaps the blood had simply frozen. Everything felt frozen now. Her hands. Her feet. Her face. Even her thoughts seemed sluggish, as if they were plodding through treacle. How long had she been riding today? Hours, certainly. Long enough for the storm to worsen since leaving her frozen camp by the River Tay, for the landscape to transform from the rolling hills of the lowlands to something wilder, more forbidding. Long enough to cross the border into the more hostile territory of the Highlands, though she couldn't say precisely when that had happened. The Highlands. The word held a kind of desperate hope. Edmund's reach didn't extend here. The English courts held no sway over Scottish lairds, especially not so far north where Jacobite rebellion still smoldered beneath the surface of forced peace. If she could just find shelter. If she could just survive the night. The mare stumbled, and Rosie's heart lurched into her throat. No, no, please, she whispered, her voice lost in the wind's howl. Just a little further, sweet girl. Please. But the horse was done. Rosie felt it in the animal's laboring breath, in the trembling that shook through powerful muscles. They'd pushed too hard, too far, in conditions that should have kept any sensible person indoors by a roaring fire. Sensible. The word would have made her laugh if she'd had the strength. There was nothing sensible about fleeing into a December blizzard with nothing but the clothes on her back and a handful of coins. Nothing sensible about trusting her life to the mercy of Scottish strangers who had every reason to hate the English. But what choice did she have? Bedlam or the storm? Madness or death? She'd limp the mare along and face death if need be. She hoped that when it came, it would be quick. But she didn't find death. Instead she found something looming ahead, barely visible through the whiteout. Dark. Massive. At first, Rosie thought it was simply a trick of the snow, some cruel illusion conjured by a mind gone numb. But as the mare nudged forward, the shape solidified into iron gates, towering and ancient, attached to stone walls that disappeared into the storm's fury. A castle. She'd found a castle. Relief hit her so hard she nearly sobbed. Instead, she urged the mare forward with the last of her strength, praying whoever lived within these walls would take pity on a half-frozen English girl with nowhere else to go. The gates were closed, of course. No sane person would leave them open in this weather. But they were there, solid and real, and where there were gates, there were people. People meant warmth, shelter, a chance to survive until morning. The mare stopped before the gates and simply stood there, head hanging, sides heaving. Rosie tried to dismount with some grace, but her legs refused to cooperate. She slid from the saddle and hit the ground hard, her knees buckling beneath her weight. The snow was deep here, drifted against the castle walls. She struggled to stand, but her body had reached its limits. Her legs wouldn't hold her. Her hands, when she tried to push herself upright, slipped uselessly against ice. So she crawled. Frost bit through her torn gloves, through the layers of skirts now sodden and heavy with snow and ice. Her burgundy traveling cloak made of fine English wool dragged behind her in tatters. Thorns had shredded it during her flight through the woods. Blood had stained it during the ambush at the inn. None of that mattered now. Only forward motion mattered. Only reaching those gates. She crawled until her hands touched iron, solid and bitterly cold even through what remained of her gloves. She weakly pulled herself to standing. Then she lifted one trembling fist and pounded against the metal with what little strength she had left. "Please," she called, though her voice emerged as barely more than a whisper. "Please, I need help." The wind snatched her words away. She tried again, pounding harder, finding reserve she hadn't known existed. "Help me. Please." Nothing. No response. Perhaps no one could hear. Perhaps the storm drowned out everything, even desperate pleas at the gate. Rosie's vision blurred. Whether from tears or exhaustion or the blood still trickling down her face, she couldn't say. Her hand slipped on the ice, and she pitched forward, certain this was it. This was how it ended. Frozen at the gates of a Scottish castle whose inhabitants would find her body in the morning, another casualty of the brutal Highland winter. But the ground never came. Strong arms caught her, lifting her as if she weighed nothing. Through the haze clouding her vision, Rosie saw a face. A man's face. The kind of face that belonged in legends and nightmares, carved from Highland granite with features too severe to be called handsome, too compelling to be anything else. Dark eyes blazed beneath black brows, studying her with an intensity that should have frightened her. He was enormous, this stranger who'd appeared from nowhere. Broad shoulders blocked out the storm. Strong arms cradled her against a chest that radiated warmth even through layers of wool and plaid. He was speaking, his voice a rumble like distant thunder, but Rosie couldn't make out the words. The world had started to spin, everything blurring at the edges. She tried to focus on his face, to memorize it in case this was the last thing she ever saw, but darkness crept in from all sides. "Edmund," she managed to whisper, her tongue thick and clumsy. "Men, hunting me." The stranger's expression transformed into something terrible and beautiful and utterly lethal. She felt him tense beneath her, felt the shift from rescue to rage in the way his arms tightened protectively. Then his voice cut through the gathering darkness, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly. "Get the healer. Now." More voices responded, speaking in a language Rosie didn't understand. Gaelic, probably. She'd heard it before, in London's less reputable taverns where Scottish merchants gathered to drink and trade and rage against English rule. The stranger was moving now, carrying her with him, striding through gates that must have opened while she wasn't looking. Warmth hit her face, blessed warmth that made her realize just how close to freezing she'd been. They were inside. Safe. Protected from the storm's fury by stone walls older than her grandmother's grandmother. She tried to speak again, to warn him properly about Edmund's hired men, about the danger she'd brought to his doorstep. To ask him to see to her horse. But her body had decided it was done. Done fighting. Done fleeing. Done surviving by sheer stubborn will alone. The darkness that had been hovering at the edges of her vision rushed in like a tide, and Rosie let it take her. For the first time since she'd overheard Edmund's plot, she felt safe enough to surrender to exhaustion. The last thing she registered was the stranger's voice, barking commands in Gaelic now, and the steady, powerful beat of his heart against her cheek. Then nothing. Chapter 2, The Laird's Command. Broden MacDonald had killed more men than he cared to count, led his clan through the bloody aftermath of the failed Jacobite rising, and stared down death with the kind of calm that made even hardened warriors nervous. But nothing in his 30 years had prepared him for the sight of this half-frozen English woman crumpled against his gates like a broken bird. She weighed almost nothing in his arms. Her face, pale as ivory save for the crimson streak trailing from her temple, held a delicate beauty that seemed at odds with the fierce determination still visible in the set of her jaw even in unconsciousness. Her burgundy cloak, shredded and stained, spoke of quality that marked her as nobility. The question burned through his mind as he strode toward the castle entrance, his men scrambling to open the heavy doors. What in heaven's name was an English lady doing fleeing through a December blizzard into hostile Scottish territory? Inside, the great hall's massive hearth blazed with welcome heat. He made straight for it, laying the woman on the thick plaids a housemaid had laid out from the pile his sister Isla kept near the fire for cold winter nights. Broden, what? Isla appeared at his elbow, her green eyes widening as she took in their unexpected guest. Sweet Mother Mary, she's frozen solid. Get Morag. He was already working the buckles on the woman's sodden cloak, his battle-scarred fingers surprisingly gentle as he peeled away the ruined fabric. Beneath it, her traveling dress clung to her frame, soaked through and icy to the touch. Lennox, his most trusted warrior and closest friend, approached from behind. The man had fought beside Broden through the worst of the recent Jacobite rising, but even he hesitated before speaking. Shall I help with, no, see to the guard? The words emerged rougher than Broden intended, surprising him. He nodded his appreciation to Lennox, then returned his attention to removing the woman's frozen boots. Her feet were like ice beneath the sodden stockings, her toes an alarming shade of blue-white. What manner of danger sent a gently bred lady fleeing into the teeth of a Highland winter? Old Morag finally bustled over, her weathered face creased with concern as she set down a basket of supplies. The healer had known Broden since he was a bairn in swaddling, even before then, having delivered him directly from the womb herself, and she had no qualms about shoving him aside to examine her fragile patient. Her gnarled fingers probed the head wound with practiced efficiency while Broden hovered like an anxious hound. The cut's not deep, but she's chilled near to death, Morag announced, already mixing a poultice. She gestured to Isla, who had followed with a box of potions. We need to warm her slowly, or the shock could kill her. Strip off those wet things and wrap her in dry wool. And you, she fixed Broden with a sharp look that had him feeling like a lad caught stealing oatcakes. Stop your hovering and fetch more plaids from the storage room. Isla helped Morag carefully remove the woman's final garments while Broden found himself heading for the storage room, despite every instinct to stay within sight of the mysterious Sassenach. He returned with an armful of MacDonald plaid artfully woven in red and green, and watched as Morag and Isla cocooned their guest in the warm wool. Only the Sassenach's face remained visible now, framed by golden hair that had begun to dry in soft waves around her temples. The gash on her forehead stood out starkly against her pale skin, already turning maroon at the edges. She'll need watching through the night, Morag said, reaching for her poultice and tending to the woman's wound. Someone should stay with her, keep the fire built up, make sure she doesn't take fever. I'll do it. The words left Broden's mouth before his brain caught up with them. Morag's bushy eyebrows climbed toward her cap. You, my laird? Surely one of the women. I said I'll do it. He pulled a chair close to the makeshift bed, settling his considerable frame into it with an air of finality that ended all discussion. Morag knew better than to argue when his jaw was set. His sister, however, had never learned such wisdom. Isla lingered after Morag departed, studying him with a knowing smile that made him want to growl. She's beautiful. She's English, he countered, as if that explained everything. Perhaps it did. The English had caused nothing but grief for Scotland, especially in the year since the rebellion failed. He had friends rotting in English prisons, clansmen who'd lost everything to Hanoverian reprisals. And worse, so many dead. She's also running from something, Isla observed, her tone gentling. Look at her clothing, Broden. That cloak was fine wool before it was ruined. Those boots are London-made, I'd wager. And that wound. She gestured to the cut. That's fresh. Someone hurt her. The thought sent a cold rage through Broden's chest that had nothing to do with clan politics and everything to do with the fierce protectiveness rising in him like a tide. Someone had harmed this woman. Someone had driven her into the snow to die. Over his dead body would they finish the job? Get some rest, Isla, he said quietly. I'll watch her. His sister squeezed his shoulder, a gesture of understanding, then left him alone with the sleeping stranger and his turbulent thoughts. The hours crept past. Broden kept the fire roaring, added more plaids when the woman shivered, and watched the steady rise and fall of her breathing like it was the most important thing in the world. Outside, the blizzard howled its fury against the castle walls, but inside the great hall, warmth and firelight created a cocoon of safety. Near midnight, the hall doors burst open on a gust of wind and snow. Two of his warriors stumbled in, Lennox again, accompanied by the older Hamish. Ice crusted their beards and their faces were unusually grim. My laird. Hamish stamped snow from his boots and approached with visible reluctance. We've news. Broden rose, moving away from the sleeping woman so they could speak without invading her privacy. What is it? Sassenachs, my laird. 20 armed men, maybe more. They're 2 hours south, questioning every crofter they meet. They're hunting someone. Broden's gaze flicked to the golden-haired woman wrapped in his clan's colors. Did they say who? A woman. English lady who went mad, they claim. Killed her maid in some fit and fled north. Hamish's scarred face showed his skepticism. They've got coin to spare for information, and they're not being gentle about asking. Lies. Every instinct Broden possessed screamed it. Lennox's face reflected his thoughts. This woman was no mad killer. She was prey, fleeing hunters. The wound on her head, the terror that must have driven her into the storm, the way she'd crawled to his gates with her last strength, these were not the actions of a murderer, but of someone desperate to survive. How long do you suppose it will take them to reach MacDonald Land? If the storm slows them or they detour, tomorrow night. If not. Lennox shrugged. They could be here by dawn. Broden's jaw hardened to granite. Double the watch. No one enters or leaves without my knowledge. And Lennox? If those Sassenachs set one boot on my land without permission, they'll learn what it means to trespass on MacDonald territory. The warriors grinned, feral expressions that spoke of battles fought and won. Aye, my laird. We'll give them a proper Highland welcome. After the men departed to spread the word, Broden returned to his chair and his vigil. The woman hadn't stirred during the exchange, her breathing still deep and even. Healing sleep, Morag would call it. Her body claiming the rest it needed to survive. He found himself studying her face in the firelight, cataloging details he couldn't name but felt compelled to memorize. The stubborn tilt of her chin. The faint freckles scattered across her nose like gold dust. The way her lips, fuller on the bottom than the top, held the slightest curve even in sleep, as if she dreamed of something pleasant. What was her name? Who was she running from? And why did the thought of those mercenaries getting their hands on her make him feel a violence he had only ever felt in battle? Near dawn, when the fire had burned low and the storm outside had gentled to occasional gusts, she stirred. A small sound escaped her throat, somewhere between a whimper and a sigh. Her head turned on the makeshift pillow, brow furrowing as consciousness crept back. Broden leaned forward, close enough that he'd be the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes. He didn't want her waking in terror, lashing out before she realized she was safe. Well, as safe as any English fugitive could be in a Scottish stronghold, at least. Warmth surrounded Rosie like a cocoon, soft and heavy and utterly foreign after days of bone-deep cold. She stirred, consciousness returning in slow waves, and became aware of several things at once. The crackle of a fire somewhere close, the faint scent of wood smoke and pine, and the disconcerting realization that she wore nothing but her chemise beneath what felt like an entire mountain of blankets. Her eyes flew open. She bolted upright, and immediately regretted it as her head swam and the world tilted sideways. Her hand shot to her temple, finding soft linen wrapped around her skull where the mercenary's blade had grazed her. "Easy, lass." That voice. Deep as rolling thunder, with a Highland burr that turned the simple words into something almost musical. She knew that voice. It had commanded someone to fetch a healer. It had been he who caught her when she was certain she'd freeze to death at those massive iron gates. Rosie spun toward the sound, clutching the blankets to her chest, and found him. The Highland giant sat in a chair that looked far too small for his massive frame. His elbows rested on strong, bare knees and his dark eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her breath catch. In the gray light that filtered through the windows, he was even more imposing than she remembered. Although, in her defense, her recollections of him were understandably hazy. Broad shoulders strained against a linen shirt that had seen better days, the fabric stretched taut over muscles that spoke of a life spent wielding weapons and commanding men. A length of tartan draped across his chest and over one shoulder, the fabric woven with variegated threads of red and green, marking him as a member of a clan Rosie had no hope of identifying. His face could have been carved by an angry god, all harsh planes and shadowed hollows, with a jaw like granite and cheekbones to match. Black hair fell past his shoulders, tied back carelessly, and those eyes, good gracious, those eyes, watched her like a predator assessing prey. But there was intelligence there too, sharp and calculating behind the brutal exterior. And something else. Something that might have been concern, though it vanished so quickly she couldn't be certain. "Who are you?" Rosie demanded, proud when her voice emerged steady despite her racing heart. "Where am I?" One dark brow rose in a gesture that somehow managed to convey both amusement and warning. "I'm Laird Broden MacDonald. You're in my castle, in Verlochi. And you'll be telling me your name and why English mercenaries are scouring the Highlands for you." Her spine stiffened automatically, years of deportment training overriding her instinct to cower. Of course he'd heard about Edmund's men. They'd probably questioned every crofter between here and the border, spreading their lies about a mad English lady. "That's none of your concern, my laird." She lifted her chin, ignoring how the movement made her head throb. "I thank you for your hospitality, but I'll be leaving as soon as the storm clears." "You'll go nowhere." He unfolded from the chair with a grace that should have been impossible for a man his size, and Rosie's breath caught again. Goodness, he was enormous. Nearly 6.5 feet of solid muscle and lethal grace, moving with the predatory ease of a wolf circling wounded prey. "Not until you tell me who wants you dead badly enough to brave a blizzard in MacDonald steel," he continued, his voice sending shivers down her spine for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. "I don't need your protection, Laird Sassenach," he interrupted, and somehow he'd crossed the space between them without her noticing, now standing close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. "You can barely stand. You've a head wound that might have killed a warrior twice your size. And 20 armed men want to drag you back to England so they can finish the job. So you'll stay, you'll heal, and you'll explain. Or I'll force the truth from those English dogs myself." Their gazes locked. Hers defiant blue ice meeting his immovable obsidian. The air between them crackled with something electric, something that made Rosie's pulse race and her skin flush despite the impropriety of arguing with a strange man while wearing nothing but her undergarments. She should be terrified. This Highland laird could do anything he wanted to her. She was alone, injured, completely at his mercy in a foreign castle surrounded by his warriors. But strangely, fear was the last thing she felt as she stared into those dark eyes and saw not cruelty but fierce protectiveness burning there. Finally, she drew a steadying breath and made her decision. What choice did she have? Edmund's men were hunting her. She had nowhere else to go. And something about this brutal, handsome Highland warrior made her want to trust him, even if logic screamed that trusting any man would lead to nothing but heartache. Lady Roselyn Vaughan, she said quietly, lifting her chin with what remained of her pride. And those men were hired by my cousin to have me declared mad and locked away in Bedlam so he can steal my inheritance. Something deadly flickered in Broden MacDonald's eyes. His jaw hardened even more, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of an oath sworn in blood. Over my dead body, lass. Chapter 3, Highland Hospitality. Broden had faced down English armies, had weathered clan feuds that spilled blood on Highland soil, and had survived the brutal aftermath of the failed rising with his honor and his people intact. But nothing in his 30 years had prepared him for the sheer stubborn determination of one small English lady who refused to acknowledge when she was outmatched. Lady Roselyn Vaughan, Rosie as she'd corrected him twice already in that crisp English accent that made his name sound like music, navigated his great hall like a general surveying enemy territory. She'd been awake for 3 hours, and in that time she'd argued with him about leaving in order to save the MacDonalds a fight, interrogated Isla about the layout of the castle until his sister was thoroughly perplexed, and attempted to salvage her ruined traveling gown before Broden had a maid toss it in the kitchen fire once and for all. Now she stood before his hearth wrapped in a borrowed Ari set of soft green wool that made her golden hair shine like spun sunlight, and glared at him as if he'd personally offended her by having the audacity to save her life. You cannot fight my battles for me, Laird MacDonald. Her chin lifted in that way he was beginning to recognize meant she'd dug her heels in and planned to be difficult about something. It's Broden. He leaned back in his chair, unable to stop himself from enjoying the fire sparking in those remarkable blue eyes. And I can. You're injured, hunted, and you're no match for those mercenaries. And dinna even think about running. You'll not survive another night out in this cold. I managed perfectly well before you found me. You were nearly unconscious in a snowdrift when I found you. A minor setback. She waved one delicate hand dismissively, and Broden heard Lennox choke on his ale from across the hall. Even dour old Morag was smiling as she checked the bandage at Rosie's temple for the 3rd time that day. The lass had spirit. He'd give her that. Most English nobility he'd encountered possessed all the backbone of overcooked porridge, but this wee thing stood in his hall arguing with a Highland laird twice her size as if she had any hope of winning. He fought his own grin and lost. Besides, Rosie continued, apparently warming to her argument, I won't have my presence endanger your clan. Edmund has deep pockets when he wants something. He'll stop at nothing. Broden rose slowly from his chair and crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides. His voice was a low oath when he declared, I'm more dangerous. You think I fear English mercenaries? I've faced down British regulars, Sassenach lords, and King George's own commanders. 20 hired swords dinna frighten me, lass. To her credit, Rosie held her ground even as he towered over her, though he saw her throat work as she swallowed. Brave lass. She tilted her head back to meet his gaze, and he watched defiance war with something softer in her expression. Nevertheless, my presence here only brings danger to people who've shown me nothing but kindness. It doesn't feel right. What isn't right is sending an injured woman back out into the winter cold to face armed men alone. His voice came out rougher than he intended. The thought of her stumbling through the snow again, bleeding and terrified, made something primal and protective rise in his chest. You're under MacDonald protection now. That means something here, even if your English nobles have forgotten what honor looks like. Before Rosie could launch into what was clearly going to be another argument judging by the stubborn set of her jaw, the great hall doors burst open. Colm, one of his best warriors, stumbled in with snow clinging to his plaid and urgency written across his weathered face. "My laird." Colm sketched a quick bow, breathing hard from his run. The Sassenachs had been spotted. They're questioning crofters in the glen, searching for an English lady. Offering coin for information. Broden felt Rosie go rigid beside him. When he glanced down, her face had gone pale as a ghost, her eyes wide with fear she was trying valiantly to hide. Without thinking, his hand moved to her shoulder, a gesture both protective and possessive that surprised him. "How long?" he asked Colm, his voice dropping to the dangerous quiet his warriors knew meant violence was coming. "They'll reach the castle by nightfall if they maintain their current pace. Maybe sooner if they push hard." Broden's smile turned sharp enough to cut. "Then we'll give them a proper Highland welcome." Rosie's heart hammered against her ribs as she watched Broden transform before her eyes into something altogether frightening. The hand still on her shoulder radiated a warmth that was directly at odds with the dangerous glint in his eyes. She found herself leaning into his comforting touch despite every instinct screaming that she should maintain proper distance from the warrior she knew he was. "Colm," Broden said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute command, "gather the men. Full defensive positions. I want archers on the walls, warriors in the bailey, and scouts watching every approach to the castle. No one gets in or out without my knowledge." "Aye, my laird." Colm departed in a swirl of snow and tartan, already shouting orders in rapid Gaelic as he went. Broden's attention shifted back to Rosie, and she saw something fierce and protective burning in those dark eyes. "You'll stay in the castle. No arguments." "I wasn't planning to argue on that particular point." Her voice came out shakier than she would have liked. "But my laird, you don't have to do this. If I leave now, I can be over the hills to the north before they arrive. No one else needs to get hurt because of me." His hand tightened on her shoulder, not painfully but firmly enough to make his point. "You think I'd send you out there alone? After what they've already done to you?" His free hand rose to gesture at the bandage on her temple. "They drew steel on you, Rosie. Drew blood. That alone earns them Highland justice. But your people, my people," he interrupted, his breath thickening with emotion, "have weathered far worse than 20 English mercenaries. We survived the rising. We survived the reprisals that followed. We'll survive this, and when it's done, those scoundrels will think twice before threatening anyone under MacDonald protection again." Isla appeared at Rosie's other side, her green eyes sparkling with something that looked suspiciously like excitement. "You should see him in full battle mode. It's really quite impressive. Last year when the Grants tried to steal our cattle, he sent them running back to their lands with their tails between their legs and half their trousers missing." "Isla." Broden's tone held warning, but Rosie saw his lips twitch. "What?" "It's true. You tied their trousers to their horses' saddles and sent them galloping home. The whole glen heard about it for months." Despite the fear churning in her stomach, Rosie felt a laugh bubble up. "You didn't. They stole our cattle," Broden said with the air of a man who saw nothing unusual about his methods. "They deserved worse." Rosie stared at him, torn between horror and amusement. This fearsome Highland laird who'd sworn to protect her with blood and steel also meted out justice that involved stolen trousers and humiliation. He was beginning to make her head spin. "The point," Broden continued, fixing her with a look that brooked no argument, "is that we take care of our own here. You're under my protection. That makes you mine to defend. And I dinna give up what's mine, lass. Not to Edmund Vaughan, not to his hired mercenaries, and not to the devil himself if he came knocking at my gates." The fierce possession in his voice sent warmth flooding through Rosie's chest despite her very proper English upbringing insisting she should be offended by such a claim. No one had ever fought for her before. No one had ever looked at her the way Broden did, like she was something precious worth defending with his life. "I don't know what to say," she whispered. "Say you'll trust me." His thumb traced small circles on her shoulder through the soft wool of the Ari said. "Say you'll stay in the castle where I ken you're safe, and let me handle these Sassenach scoundrels." She wanted to argue. Wanted to insist she could handle her own problems, that she didn't need a Highland warrior fighting her battles. But the truth was she did need help. She'd tried running alone and nearly died for it. Pride was a luxury she couldn't afford, not when Edmund's men were closing in. "I trust you," she said quietly, and meant it. Something flashed in Broden's eyes, warm and possessive and utterly male. Before she could analyze it, he'd released her shoulder and was striding toward the weapons mounted on the wall, calling orders in Gaelic that had warriors materializing from various corners of the castle. Whether she was ready or not, the battle had just begun. "You'll hide in the sea caves beneath the castle." He was already strapping on weapons with the efficiency of a man who'd done it 1,000 times before. A massive broadsword settled across his back, 2 dirks found homes at his belt, and good gracious, was that another blade being tucked into his boot? "There's a passage from the wine cellar." "Lennox will take you." "Absolutely not." She planted herself between him and the door, arms crossed over her chest in what she hoped was an immovable stance despite the fact that he could probably pick her up and move her with one hand. "I won't cower in a cave while you face danger because of me." His jaw ticked, a muscle jumping beneath the dark stubble that shadowed his face. "This isn't a request, lass. And I'm not your subject, my laird." She matched his glare for glare, ignoring how her pulse raced at his proximity, how the scent of leather and pine and something indefinably masculine made her thoughts scatter like startled birds. "If those men are here for me, then I should be the one to face them. It's only right. So they can drag you back to England in chains?" His voice dropped to a growl that sent shivers down her spine for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. "So your cousin can lock you in Bedlam and steal your fortune while you rot in a cell?" "I told you. Over my dead body, Rosie. That's precisely what I'm trying to avoid." Heat flooded her cheeks at the thought of his body at all. Then the words tumbled out faster than she could think them through. "Your dead body, I mean. Of course, none of us can escape death, but I'd prefer it not be tonight, and certainly not because of," she broke off, pressing her hands to her burning face. Why did this infuriating man make her tongue tie itself in knots? She was Lady Roselyn Vaughan, educated in the finest schools, trained in proper conversation and deportment. She should be able to speak to him without sounding like an addled goose. Something softened in Broden's harsh features, the granite edges smoothing into a countenance that was almost tender. He reached out slowly, giving her time to retreat if she wanted, and cupped her cheek with one calloused palm. The warmth of his touch sent sparks racing through her body. His thumb grazed along her jaw with devastating gentleness. "I've survived worse than 20 mercenaries, Rosie mine. I've fought in battles where the snow ran red, faced down enemies who wanted nothing more than to see me dead. But I can't fight properly if I'm worrying about you. If I'm wondering whether they've gotten past my defenses, whether you're safe, whether..." He stopped, jaw working as he struggled with words. "Rosie mine?" She whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her heart. His dark eyes held hers, fierce and possessive and utterly sincere. "I. Mine to protect. Mine to keep safe. Mine to..." He paused, seeming to catch himself. "Now, will you do as I ask? Please?" That please undid her completely. This fierce Highland laird who commanded warriors and struck fear into the hearts of his enemies was asking, not ordering. Was showing her the respect of choice even when time was running short and danger breathed down their necks. She nodded, not trusting her voice to work properly. Relief flooded his features, so profound it made her chest ache. "Thank you, lass. Come with me. We need to move quickly." Within minutes, he was leading her through torchlit passages she wouldn't have known existed, hidden behind what appeared to be a solid wall in the wine cellar. The air grew cooler as they descended, the stone walls pressing close on either side. Spiral stairs carved from living rock seemed to burrow into the very bones of the earth, each step worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. The air changed as they went deeper, taking on a salt-tinged quality that spoke of the sea. Rosie could hear waves crashing somewhere below, a rhythmic thunder that grew louder with each step. With the blizzard so thick, she hadn't known the sea was so near his castle. "These passages are old," Broden said quietly, his voice echoing off stone walls. "Built by my ancestors generations ago, when raids were common and having a quick escape route meant the difference between life and death. Only the clan kens where they are." They reached the bottom of the stairs, and Rosie gasped. The passage opened into a massive cave, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. The cave mouth gaped wide ahead of them, framing a wild seascape that stole her breath. Black rocks jutted from churning white foam, and beyond that, the dark expanse of ocean stretched to a horizon where stars pierced the storm-cleared sky. It was beautiful. Terrifying. Magnificent. "Be cautious by the cave mouth," Broden warned, drawing her attention back to the immediate danger. "The rocks are slippery, and the tide comes in fast. Stay here, unless you hear the enemy approach, then you run. Follow the beach north until you find the fishing village. The headman there, Angus Fraser, owes me a debt. Tell him I sent you, and he'll hide you until I come." He pressed a small dirk into her hand, the blade wickedly sharp, the hilt warm from being tucked against his body. "Do you ken how to use this?" "I think so." She tested the weight. "Pointy end goes in the bad man?" His lips twitched despite the gravity of the situation. "Aye, that's the general idea. But Rosie, if it comes to that, if someone gets past me and comes for you here, dinna try to be brave. Dinna try to fight unless you have no other choice. Just run. Promise me." She looked up at him, this fierce stranger who'd sworn to protect her despite not knowing her, who looked at her like she was something precious worth defending with his life. "I promise. But my Laird, you have to promise me something too." "I told you." "It's Broden," he said by way of response. She nodded demurely, her eyes beseeching him. "Come back." The words emerged as barely more than a whisper. "Please come back to me." Something flashed in his eyes, hot and possessive and tender all at once. He cupped her face in both hands, thumbs stroking her cheeks with a gentleness that seemed impossible from such large, battle-scarred hands. "I'll come back, lass. I swear it on my clan, my honor, and everything I hold dear." His voice was rough with emotion. "Those scoundrels will have to kill me to keep me from you, and I'm notoriously difficult to kill." She wanted to laugh at that, but her throat was too tight with unshed tears. Instead, she simply nodded, memorizing every detail of his face in case this was the last time she saw him whole and alive. He lingered, jaw working as if he wanted to say more. Then he bent and pressed his lips to her forehead, the kiss brief but burning, searing itself into her memory like a brand. "Stay safe, lass," he murmured against her skin. Then he was gone, his footsteps echoing up the spiral stairs, fading into silence. Rosie stood alone in the cave with the sea crashing and her heart racing, clutching a dirk that suddenly felt like her only lifeline to the world beyond. Chapter 4, Secrets in Stone. Broden took the stairs 3 at a time, his mind already shifting into the cold, analytical state that had kept him alive through more battles than he cared to count. Emotion had no place in combat. Distraction got men killed. But even as he forced his thoughts to tactics and strategies, part of him remained in that cave with Rosie, her golden hair catching the light, her blue eyes wide with worry for him. For him. Not for herself, though she was the one in danger. Not for her own safety, though armed men were coming to drag her away. She'd worried about his life, his safety, about him getting hurt defending her. Distraction got men killed, Broden reminded himself, trying to put her out of his mind. He retraced his steps to the wine cellar and found Lennox waiting, arms crossed over his broad chest. "The lass settled?" "Aye. She's as safe as I can make her." Broden checked his weapons one more time, the familiar ritual steadying his thoughts. "The mercenaries?" "Approaching from the south as Colm predicted. They'll reach the gates within the hour." Lennox's scarred face was grim. "Broden, there's something else." Scouts spotted a second group holding back, hidden in the tree line about a mile out. Ice flooded Broden's veins. How many? At least another 20. Maybe more. So Edmund Vaughan had sent 40 mercenaries to retrieve one woman. The scoundrel wasn't taking chances. He'd prepared for resistance. For a fight. And he was going to get one. Broden's voice dropped to the dangerous quiet his men knew meant violence was coming. Here's what we'll do. We let the first group get close, let them think they're in control. I'll meet them in the bailey as planned, make it look like we're considering negotiation. Meanwhile, you take half our warriors and circle around through the north woods. When I give the signal, you hit that second group from behind. And the first group? Broden's smile was all teeth and no warmth. I'll handle them. They want to talk. We'll talk. But the moment they try to force their way in, the moment they threaten my clan or demand I hand over Rosie, they'll learn exactly why the MacDonalds have held this land for generations. Lennox nodded slowly. You're taking a risk, facing them in the open like that. I'm always taking risks. It's part of being Laird. Broden clapped his friend on the shoulder. But Lennox, if something goes wrong, if they get past me somehow, you ken what to do. Get the last to safety. No hesitation in his voice. I ken, a charade. But nothing's going to go wrong. We've faced worse odds and walked away singing. We were younger then. More foolish. And you had less to lose. Lennox's expression was knowing. I saw how you looked at her in the hall. That's not just Highland hospitality, Broden. That's a man who's found something worth fighting for, beyond duty, clan, and honor. Broden didn't bother denying it. She tried to convince me to let her face them alone. To keep my people safe. What kind of English lady does that? The kind worth keeping. Lennox grinned, then sobered. So let's make sure we send these scoundrels running. I'd hate to deprive you of a proper courtship just because some Sassenachs can't take a hint. They clasped arms in the way of Highland warriors, a gesture of brotherhood forged through years of fighting side by side. Then Lennox was gone, disappearing into the shadows to gather his men. Broden made his way to the great hall, where the rest of his warriors waited. 50 men, battle-hardened and loyal, every one of them ready to die defending their home and their laird. Listen well, he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. English mercenaries are coming for the lady under my protection. They think they can walk into our home, make demands, and leave with what they came for. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across familiar faces. They're going to learn they're wrong. A rumble of agreement rolled through the assembled warriors. We'll meet them in the bailey. Let them talk, let them make their threats. But the moment they try to take what's mine, the moment they threaten anyone in this castle, we show them Highland justice. His hand rested on his broadsword's hilt. No one takes from the MacDonalds. Not our lands, not our people, and by God, not the woman I've claimed as mine to protect. What about prisoners? Asked Fergus, one of his younger warriors. Any who surrender will be disarmed and held until we decide what to do with them. Any who fight, who draw steel against my clan, won't live long enough to regret it. His voice dropped to that dangerous quiet again. Are we clear? Aye, my laird. A resounding chorus rose in reply, every man fierce in his loyalty. Then take your positions. And remember, we fight not just for ourselves, but for every person in this castle who depends on us to keep them safe. He thought of Rosie in the caves below, clutching the dirk he'd given her, worry for him in those remarkable blue eyes. Let's show these Sassenach scoundrels what happens when they threaten a MacDonald. ****** Time became distorted in the cave. With the light from the mouth so dim, Rosie had little way to mark its passage except by the changing tide, the way waves crept higher on the black rocks with each crash of foam. She'd found a relatively dry spot on a natural stone shelf near the back wall, far from the cave mouth but with a clear view of both the entrance from above and the opening to the sea. The dirk felt heavy in her hand. She'd never imagined she'd be hiding in a sea cave clutching a weapon while a man she'd only known a day fought mercenaries on her behalf. Mercenaries hired by her own cousin. The absurdity of it would have made her laugh if she weren't so concerned. Concerned not for herself. For Broden. Of course, it was natural to feel concerned. But if she were being honest, she felt something more. Something deeper. When had that happened? When had this fierce Highland laird become more important to her than her own safety? Was it when he'd caught her collapsing at his gates? When he'd sworn to protect her? When he'd called her his with such possessive certainty? Or was it simply that no one had ever fought for her before? No one had ever looked at her the way Broden did, and it unnerved her. A sound echoed down from above. Footsteps on the spiral stairs, quick and light. Rosie's hand tightened on the dirk as she pressed herself against the cave wall, heart hammering. Broden had said he'd come back. But what if something had gone wrong? What if the mercenaries had overwhelmed his defenses, killed him, and were now coming for her? The footsteps grew closer, and a figure emerged at the bottom of the stairs. Isla. Relief flooded through Rosie so intensely her knees nearly buckled. What's happening? Is Broden? He's fine, Isla said quickly, crossing the cave to grip Rosie's shoulders. Or he was 10 minutes ago when I left the Great Hall. But Rosie, there are more mercenaries than we thought. Scouts spotted a second group hidden in the trees. How many? 20. Maybe more. Isla's green eyes were fierce. My brother's planning something. He always gets that look when he's about to do something brilliantly reckless. Oh, I don't want to hear that. Why aren't you hiding down here with me? Isla laughed. They're not after me, now are they? And I've been trained in the art of hand-to-hand combat since I was barely out of leading strings. And I haven't. It wasn't a question. Nay, I'm sorry to say, but it's clear you haven't. Rosie chuckled. Well, my secret's out then. I promise I'll stay put. Isla pulled her into a quick, fierce hug. Good. Now I need to get back before I'm missed. Morag thinks I'm checking the stores in case we need to treat wounded men. She released Rosie and headed for the stairs, then paused. Oh, and Rosie? My brother's halfway in love with you already, in case you hadn't noticed. Try not to get yourself killed before he has a chance to figure that out completely. Then she was gone, footsteps fading up the spiral stairs, leaving Rosie alone with those words echoing in her head. Halfway in love. No. That was impossible. They'd barely known each other a day. This was protection, duty, Highland hospitality extended to someone in need. It couldn't be more than that. Could it? She thought of the way he'd looked at her when he'd called her his. The tenderness in his touch when he'd cupped her face. The raw emotion in his voice when he'd sworn to come back to her. Oh, goodness. She suspected she might be halfway in love with him too. She'd fled England seeking safety, never expecting to find not just sanctuary but something far more dangerous. Hope. Belonging. The possibility of a future that didn't involve running or hiding or being locked away. And now the means to that end was up in the castle bailey, facing 20, or 40, armed mercenaries because she'd collapsed at his gates during a blizzard. Please, she whispered to the empty cave, to the crashing waves, to whatever celestial benefactors might be listening. Please let him be safe. Let him come back to me. I'll give up anything, everything, just let him come back to me whole. The cave offered no reassurance. Only the endless rhythm of waves against rock, and the agonizing wait for footsteps on the stairs that would tell her whether those prayers had been answered. The mercenaries arrived as darkness fell, their horses' hooves muffled by fresh snow that transformed the bailey into something otherworldly. Broden stood waiting, 50 armed MacDonald warriors at his back arranged in a formation that spoke of discipline and deadly intent. The falling snow deadened sound, making everything dull and surreal, like a dream teetering on the edge of a nightmare. Their leader dismounted with the arrogance of a man who believed his authority extended beyond its actual reach. Scarred and brutal looking, with a face that suggested violence came naturally to him, he strode forward as if he owned the very ground beneath his boots. "I'm Carrick," the man announced, his English accent grating against Broden's ears. "Captain of Lord Edmund Vaughan's personal guard. I demand entrance by order of His Majesty's court." Broden said nothing. Simply stood there, arms crossed over his chest, and let the silence stretch. Around him, his warriors remained perfectly still, a wall of Highland steel and determination. The only sound was the whisper of falling snow and the occasional stamp of a restless horse. Finally, when Carrick's confidence had begun to waver under that implacable silence, Broden spoke. His voice was soft, barely above a murmur, but it carried across the bailey with perfect clarity. "This is MacDonald land. You've no authority here." Soft was more dangerous than shouting. His men knew this. Enemies learned it too late. Carrick's sneer was predictable, the kind of expression worn by men who'd never truly faced consequences for their actions. "We're hunting a madwoman. English nobility. Lady Roselyn Vaughan. She's dangerous, killed her maid in a fit of insanity. There's a warrant for her return to England where she'll face justice. Lying scoundrel." Every word dripped with fabrication, and Broden felt rage burn cold and steady in his chest. His hand moved to rest casually on his broadsword's hilt, a gesture his warriors recognized as the precursor to violence. "Havena seen any mad women," Broden said, his tone conversational, almost pleasant. "But I am seeing armed foreigners trespassing on my land, which carries its own penalty. I suggest you leave. Now. While you're still capable of writing. You're harboring a criminal." Carrick's voice rose, bluster covering what Broden suspected was growing unease. "Obstructing justice. That's treason against the crown. Is it?" Broden's lips curved in something that bore no resemblance to a smile. "Last I checked, the crown's authority ends at my borders. Has been that way for generations. But by all means, try to enforce your English law here. See how far you get." Carrick turned to his men, 20 mercenaries who looked competent enough to be dangerous but lacked the cohesion of true warriors. "Search the castle," he ordered. "Find the woman." The clamorous rasp of swords being drawn from scabbards filled the bailey as Broden's warriors closed ranks, a wall of steel and tartans blocking the castle entrance. The sound was beautiful in its menace, a promise written in metal. "I said," Carrick began, his hand dropping to his own weapon. "We heard you." Broden took one step forward. Just one. But it was the step of a man who'd killed more enemies than he'd bothered to count, who'd survived the failed rising and the brutal aftermath, who defended this castle and these people through horrors unimaginable. His presence alone made Carrick's bravado falter, made the mercenaries behind their captain shift uneasily. "And I'm telling you to leave. Now. While you still can. Because if you draw that sword, if you make one move toward my castle, I'll paint this snow red and send you back to Edmund Vaughan as a message about what happens to men who threaten what's mine." For a moment, violence hung in the crystalline air, sharp as broken glass. Broden could see Carrick weighing his options, calculating odds, trying to decide if his employer's gold was worth dying for. Then a shout from the castle walls shattered the tableau. "Fire! The East Tower! Fire!" Broden's head snapped around. Smoke poured from stone windows high above, thick and black against the white sky. It was indeed the East Tower, the one furthest from the kitchens and hearths, the one that had no reason to be producing smoke at all. Someone had set that fire. Which meant someone had gotten past his defenses. "Search them," he roared to Lennox, already running toward the castle. "Strip them of weapons and hold them in the bailey. Any man who resists gets killed." Behind him, chaos erupted as his warriors surged forward to disarm the mercenaries. Broden heard Carrick shouting protests, heard the clang of steel on steel as some fool decided to fight, but he was almost to the castle now. The caves. Rosie. He had to get there in time. Terror clawed at his throat, cold and vicious. The fire was a diversion, had to be. which meant someone had gotten inside, may have found the passages somehow, maybe going for Rosie while Broden was distracted in the bailey. He took the stairs 3 at a time, his heart a war drum pounding against his ribs. Warriors rushed past him going the opposite direction, heading to fight the fire, but he barely saw them. Every instinct screamed at him to get to those caves, to get to Rosie before someone else did. The wine cellar was chaos. Servants ran with buckets of water, smoke drifted down from above, and through it all Broden charged like a man possessed. He hit the hidden door at a run, nearly tearing it from its hinges in his haste. The spiral stairs down to the caves had never seemed so long. Each step felt like an eternity, each second a lifetime where anything could be happening below. He'd promised to protect her. Sworn it. And if someone had gotten past him, if anyone hurt her. Chapter 5, Flames and Faith. Rosie smelled the smoke before she saw it, acrid and strong, drifting down from above like a harbinger of disaster. She pressed herself against the cold cave wall. The dirk Broden had given her clutched in white-knuckled fingers that had gone numb from more than just the winter chill. Every sense screamed danger, every instinct honed by weeks of running from Edmund's men telling her something had gone terribly wrong. The hidden door at the top of the spiral stairs exploded open with a violence that made her flinch. Heavy footsteps thundered down stone steps, too quick, too purposeful. Not Broden. She knew his tread by now, the confident rhythm of a man who owned every space he entered. This was different. Urgent. Predatory. A figure burst into the cave, and Rosie's heart dropped into her stomach. Definitely not Broden. A stranger, wiry and cruel-eyed, reeking of whiskey and malice that seemed to ooze from his pores. One of Edmund's men. He must have split from the main group somehow, found the passage while Broden was distracted in the bailey. The mercenary's gaze found her instantly, and his smile was a wound carved into his scarred face. "There you are, my lady." His voice held the particular satisfaction of a hunter who'd cornered his prey. "Lord Edmund will pay double if I bring you back before 12th night. Triple if I deliver you undamaged. But between you and me, I'm not overly concerned about a few bruises." Rosie backed toward the cave mouth, her mind racing even as terror clawed at her throat. The waves crashed behind her. Spray soaked through her borrowed gown while the wind tried to tear her from the slippery rocks. She was trapped between the mercenary and the ocean, with nowhere to run and only a small dirk against his larger blade. "You'll have to catch me first," she said, proud when her voice emerged steady despite her pounding heart. He lunged. Rosie darted left, faster than he'd expected. Years of running free through fields of wildflowers when she should have been receiving deportment lessons from her governess were paying off. She was small, quick, and motivated by pure survival instinct. The dirk flashed in her hand almost of its own accord, catching his forearm in a slash that drew blood and a howl of rage. Then she really ran. Out onto the rocks beyond the cave mouth, where black stone glistened with spray and the wind howled like a living thing. The ocean churned below, white foam against dark water, promising death to anyone foolish enough to fall. Behind her, the mercenary cursed viciously, his footsteps pounding after her. She was trapped. Rising ocean ahead, mercenary behind, and no way to win this fight. The dirk felt pathetically small in her hand. She could wound him again, maybe. But he was stronger, more experienced, and very, very angry. "Nowhere left to run, little bird," he snarled, advancing slowly now, savoring her fear. "Edmund wants you alive, but accidents happen. Be a good girl and come quietly, or I'll make this hurt." Rosie raised the dirk with shaking hands, determined to at least go down fighting. She thought of Broden, of his fierce protection and the way he'd called her his. If she were going to die here, she'd die like a MacDonald would, not cowering like the helpless English lady Edmund believed her to be. Then, cutting through the wind and waves and her own thundering heartbeat, a roar that made the very air vibrate, "Rosie." She spun, hope and terror warring in her chest. Broden stood at the cave mouth, broadsword drawn and gleaming in the dim light, his face a mask of fury and fear that made him look like an avenging angel carved from Highland stone. His dark eyes found her instantly, cataloging her disheveled state, the dirk in her hand, the mercenary between them. The mercenary turned, blade rising with desperate speed, realizing too late that he'd made a fatal mistake in pursuing her. Broden moved like lightning wrapped in Highland wool, like violence given human form. One moment he was at the cave entrance, the next he was upon the mercenary with a speed that defied his size. The broadsword sang through salt-tinged air in a perfect arc, meeting the mercenary's smaller blade and shattering it like kindling before continuing through to the man himself. The mercenary crumpled without another sound, and then Broden was there, his weapon secured in its scabbard as he crushed Rosie against his chest. One hand cradled the back of her head with devastating gentleness while the other wrapped around her waist like an iron band, holding her so tightly she could barely breathe. "Are you hurt?" His voice was raw, harsh with emotion he wasn't bothering to hide. "Did he touch you? Rosie, answer me. Did that scoundrel hurt you?" "I'll kill him again, I swear on my life, I'm fine." The words came out muffled against his chest, where his heart thundered beneath her cheek like a war drum. "I'm safe. You came. Always." He buried his face in her hair, and she felt his tremor, this fierce Highland warrior who'd just killed a man with brutal efficiency. "I'll always come for you, lass. Always." Broden couldn't stop touching her. His hands moved over Rosie's shoulders, her arms, her face, checking for injuries with a thoroughness that bordered on obsession. She was whole. Alive. Safe in his arms. But the image of that scoundrel advancing on her with a blade, of her backed against the rocks and open sea, with nowhere to run, was seared into his brain like a brand. He'd nearly been too late. Nearly lost her. The thought made his hands tighten on her shoulders hard enough that she made a small sound of protest. He forced himself to gentle his grip, though every instinct screamed at him to sweep her up and carry her somewhere he could lock her away from all danger forever. "I'm sorry," he managed, his voice still rough. "Did I hurt you?" "No." Her hands came up to frame his face, her touch impossibly gentle against the blood and fury she must see there. "Broden, breathe. I'm fine. You saved me. You saved yourself first." He caught one of her hands, pressing it against his hammering heart. "You wounded him, bought yourself time. You were brave, Rosie. So brave." "I was terrified," she admitted, her blue eyes wide and honest. "I thought he was going to kill me or drag me back to Edmund, and I couldn't decide which was worse." Rage flooded through him again, cold and vicious. "How did he find the passage? How did he know you were down here?" "I don't know." She glanced at the crumpled body, then quickly away. "He must have split from the main group somehow. Maybe when you were distracted in the bailey." "I smelled fire, it was a diversion," Broden finished grimly. He'd already worked that much out. "Meant to draw us away while someone came for you. Which means, someone told them about the passages." Rosie's voice was quiet but steady. "Someone in your clan betrayed you. Betrayed us." The words hung between them, stark and ugly. Broden wanted to deny it, to insist his people would never betray him. But the evidence was literally lying on the rocks at their feet. Someone had sold information about the secret passages, had told Edmund's men exactly where to find Rosie. Someone he trusted had put her in mortal danger. "Come on." He scooped her into his arms before she could protest, cradling her against his chest as he carefully picked his way back over the slippery rocks. "We need to get you inside, get you warm and dry. And then I need to find out who did this." The other mercenaries, disarmed and held prisoner, most of them. Some fought and died. The leader, Carrick, is alive, unfortunately, though I'm reconsidering that decision. His jaw hardened. "But first, you, Rosie. What about the second wave? Who told you about that?" His voice was low, vibrating his chest. "Your sister," Rosie said, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Of course she did. Lennox is watching them on the ridge. They won't advance until they ken what happened to the first wave. Broden reached the stairs and looked down at her. And they won't ken what happened to the first wave for a good, long while. She didn't object to that bit of unfortunate news, just wrapped her arms around his neck and let him carry her back up the spiral stairs. He was dimly aware that he was probably scaring her with his intensity, with the violence still singing through his veins. But he couldn't make himself care about proper comportment right now. He'd nearly lost her. Before he'd even had the chance to claim her. The image of that scoundrel advancing on her, blade raised, would haunt his nightmares for years to come. The castle above was organized chaos. Warriors moved with purpose, securing prisoners, tending wounded, cleaning up the aftermath of violence. The fire in the east tower had been extinguished, leaving only smoke stains and the acrid smell of burned wood. Isla appeared through the crowd, her face pale with worry that transformed into relief when she saw them. "Thank goodness," she breathed, rushing over. "When we heard someone had gotten to the caves, I thought," she broke off, reaching out to touch Rosie's arm as if to confirm she was real. "Are you hurt?" "Just shaken." Rosie offered a wan smile. "Your brother arrived in time." "Barely," Broden growled. He turned to his sister, letting her see the fury in his eyes. "Gather the council in the Great Hall. We need to find out who betrayed us." Isla's expression hardened with understanding. "You think someone told them about the passages?" "I ken someone did. No other way that scoundrel could have found her so quickly." He looked down at Rosie, still cradled in his arms. "First, though, I'm settling Rosie in a guest chamber. She needs to rest." "I can walk," Rosie protested weakly. "Humor me," he said, already striding toward the stairs. Behind him, he heard Isla giving orders in rapid Gaelic, mobilizing the search for the traitor. Broden chose the farthest chamber for its blissful quiet after the chaos of the day. He set her down on the edge of the bed with the gentlest of care, then knelt to check her over again. His hands were surprisingly steady as he examined the dirk cut on her palm where the hilt had bitten into her skin, the bruises forming on her arms from either the mercenary or the rocks. "I should have left more guards on the passages," he said, voice tight with self-recrimination. "Should have anticipated they'd try something like this." "Should have." "Broden, stop." Her hands caught his face again, forcing him to look at her. "You couldn't have known. No one could have predicted someone would betray the clan. This isn't your fault. You're under my protection. Everything that happens to you is my fault." He covered her hands with his larger and battle-scarred ones. "Rosie, when I saw him with that blade, when I thought I might be too late," he broke off, unable to finish the sentence. Unable to put into words the primal terror that had gripped him in that moment. ******, Rosie had not seen Broden like this. Oh, she'd seen him fierce, seen him commanding, seen him lethal. But this raw vulnerability, this naked emotion in his dark eyes, was something new. Something that made her heart ache and her breath catch. "You weren't too late," she said softly, her thumb stroking along his cheekbones. "You came for me. You saved me. Again. I'll always come for you." The words emerged fierce and final. "No matter where you are, no matter what stands between us. I'll always find you, lass. Always protect you." He took a deep breath, then said on the exhale, "I feel like I've kent you my whole life. Or I've lived a lifetime in a single day. I'm not sure which." "I know." And she did. She knew the whole disorienting feeling he was trying to express. The recognition of souls, as if from a past life. She trusted his promises with a certainty that should have frightened her, but it was all second nature, like coming home. "Broden, I need to tell you something." He tensed. "What?" "When that mercenary had me cornered, when I thought I might die," she swallowed hard, forcing herself to continue. She broke off, suddenly uncertain. What was she trying to say? That this fierce Highland warrior had somehow claimed her heart in a single day? It sounded mad, impossible even. This is all happening so fast. The words came out barely above a whisper. When I thought I might die, all I could think was that I'd never told you how safe you make me feel. How you've given me hope for the future when I thought I had none left. His hands moved from hers to cup her face with devastating gentleness. Rosie mine, he murmured, the possessive endearment making her heart skip. You think I dinna feel the same? You think you havena turned my entire world upside down since the moment I caught you in my arms during that blizzard? I've been nothing but trouble, she said, chagrined. You're everything I didna ken I needed. His gaze was intense as he leaned in slowly, giving her time to retreat if she wanted. She didn't. She leaned in to close the remaining distance between them, and his lips met hers with the pent-up emotion that had been slowly growing since the moment they'd laid eyes on each other. He made a sound low in his throat and gathered her closer with exquisite care despite the violence surely still humming through his frame. The kiss was nothing like she'd expected. Soft where it could have been demanding, gentle despite his rough exterior. He kissed her like she was precious, like she was something rare and fragile that might shatter if handled wrong. His lips moved over hers with patient thoroughness, coaxing rather than taking, making her melt in his arms. When they finally broke apart, he rested his forehead against hers. Rosie, he whispered, nothing more. She didn't know what to say, her thoughts were scattered. This had changed everything. He looked at her for another long moment before saying reluctantly, I need to go find the traitor. Need to make sure this doesn't happen again. But Rosie, this conversation isn't over. When this is done, when you're truly safe, we're going to talk about what happens next. About us. Us, she repeated, testing the word. It felt surreal on her tongue. How could there be an us when they'd only just met? Any moment I will wake up from this dream. You willna, lass. He pressed another quick, fierce kiss to her lips, then forced himself to stand. Not if I have anything to say about it. Isla will stay with you. Dinna leave this room for anyone but me or her. Understood? Understood. She watched him stride to the door, all warrior confidence and lethal grace now that he'd composed himself. Broden? He turned back, one dark brow raised in question. Thank you, she said simply. For coming for me. For keeping your promise. His smile was worth every terrifying moment on those rocks. Always, lass. That's a vow I'll keep until the mountains crumble and the seas run dry. Then he was gone, and Rosie was left alone with her racing heart and the memory of his kiss burning on her lips. Outside, she heard him shouting orders, preparing to root out the traitor who'd nearly gotten Rosie killed. And she realized she wasn't afraid anymore. Because she knew, with absolute certainty, that Broden MacDonald would move heaven and earth to keep her safe. And perhaps even more wonderful, and more terrifying, than that, she knew she'd do the same for him. Chapter 6, Truth and Traitors. The Tower of Fire was behind them, the mercenary who'd found the caves was dead, but Broden's rage burned hotter than any flame that had threatened his home. Someone had helped them. Someone within his own clan had betrayed not just him, but every MacDonald who called this castle sanctuary. He stood at the head of the great hall table, his hands braced against scarred wood that had witnessed clan meetings for countless generations. Around him sat his trusted counsel, Lennox, whose loyalty had never wavered through years of battle and blood, Isla, whose sharp mind missed nothing despite her gentle demeanor, his cousin Ewan, who'd fought beside him during the Rising. And Colm, his captain of the guard whose face showed the same fury Broden felt churning in his gut. And Rosie. She'd followed Isla into the hall after his sister visited her guest chamber, and he'd learned in their short time together that arguing with her was not only futile but exhausting. She sat beside him now, still pale from her ordeal in the caves, a bruise forming on her cheek where she'd hit the rocks running from that scoundrel. But her jaw was set with determination, her blue eyes clear and focused. The passage to the caves is known only to the clan, Broden said quietly. His men knew this tone, knew that quiet was more dangerous than shouting, that it preceded violence like lightning preceded thunder. Someone told Edmund's men where to find it. Someone gave them the information they needed to get past our defenses and go straight for Rosie. Glances traveled around the table. Isla's green eyes were hard with determination. Someone in our own clan, Broden's voice was barely controlled fury. And I will have the truth. Tonight. Before another hour passes and gives the traitor time to flee and avoid accountability. My Laird, Colm said, his weathered face grave, if you're suggesting what I think you are, we need to be careful. An accusation like this could tear the clan apart if we're wrong. We're not wrong. Lennox's voice was flat, emotionless in the way that meant he was furious beyond measure. The fire was set deliberately in the east tower, drawing our forces away from the wine cellar entrance. The mercenary who found the caves kenned exactly where to go, didn't waste time searching. Someone described the way in great detail. Then we interrogate everyone who kens the passages, Ewan said grimly. Starting with family, Broden interrupted. Because those are the people who ken best. My father shared the secret with his most trusted warriors and their families, but that was 20 years ago. Most of those men are dead or too old to climb those stairs, let alone conspire with English mercenaries. Rosie's hand found his beneath the table, her fingers cold but steady. He glanced at her, saw her watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Awe, maybe. Or curiosity about a world she knew little about. Bring them in, he ordered. One at a time. And Lennox, I want guards on every exit. No one leaves this castle until we have answers. It took an hour of careful, methodical interrogation. Broden questioned each person who might have known about the passages, watching their faces, listening for the telltale hesitations that spoke of guilt. His father had taught him to read men like other lairds read ledgers, and he'd honed that skill through years of leading warriors who trusted him with their lives. Most were easy to clear. Old Morag had known about the passages since she was a girl, but she'd been in the Great Hall treating wounded when the fire started. Fergus the blacksmith had helped reinforce the hidden door 10 years ago, but he'd lost a son in the Rising and hated the English with a passion that couldn't be feigned. Then Colm's youngest son was brought in, and Broden knew. Ian was barely 18, gangly and nervous in the way of young men not yet grown into their strength. Broden had known him since he was a bairn, had eaten with him at the MacDonald table more times than could be counted. As soon as the lad was old enough, he'd begun training in the bailey under Lennox's watchful eye. His father stood silent and stern beside him, but there was something in Colm's eyes that said he already suspected what Broden was about to uncover. Ian, Broden said quietly, leaning back in his chair with deceptive calm. Tell me about the confrontation with the Sassenachs. Where were you when the mercenaries arrived? The boy's face went white. In the bailey, my laird. With the other warriors. Were you? Broden's gaze never wavered. Because Lennox tells me you were assigned to watch the wine cellar entrance. But when the fire started and we needed every man, no one could find you. I went to help with the fire, Ian stammered. You thought wrong. Broden rose slowly, and the boy took an involuntary step back. Where were you, Ian? And I'll have the truth, or I'll have it torn from you. For a long moment, silence hung heavy in the room. Then Ian's face crumpled, and tears began streaming down his cheeks. They paid me, he whispered. The English. They found me in the village 3 days ago, said they'd give me silver. Enough silver to marry Megan, to provide for her. I didna think anyone would get hurt. I swear it, my laird. They said they just wanted to talk to the lady, to convince her to come home peacefully. Broden's hands curled into fists at his sides. Beside him, he felt Rosie tense, heard her sharp intake of breath. Around the table, fury rippled through his inner circle like fire through dry kindling. You told them about the passages, Broden said, his voice deadly quiet. Because of you, Lady Roselyn was nearly killed. Because of you, Ian, my home was violated and my trust betrayed. I'm sorry, the boy sobbed, collapsing to his knees. I'm so sorry. I didna ken. I didna think. I just wanted enough coin to marry her, to give her a good life. Please, my laird. Please forgive me. Broden wanted to break something. Wanted to put his fist through the stone wall or overturn the table or scorch the land until there was no more betrayal, no more lies, no more danger to the woman sitting stiffly beside him. But he forced himself to remain still, to breathe through the rage, to think like a laird instead of a man whose heart had nearly stopped in those caves. What's the punishment? Rosie's voice emerged unsteady, cutting through the tension like a blade. For this offense? For treason? Lennox asked flatly. Death, he declared, and Ian made a sound like a wounded animal. The boy's face was white now, and he was swaying on his knees. Colm stood like stone, his face a mask of grief and shame. Around the table, Broden's inner circle waited for his judgment, ready to carry out whatever sentence their laird decreed. Broden studied the boy kneeling before him. Stupid. Short-sighted. Young. He'd made a choice that had nearly cost Rosie her life, had cost 3 warriors theirs. By rights, by law, by every code that governed Highland justice, Ian deserved to die. But then he felt it. Rosie's hand on his arm, gentle but insistent. He looked down at her, saw her watching him with those remarkable blue eyes that seemed to see straight through his fury to the man beneath. He's just a boy, she whispered, pitched for his ears alone. A foolish boy who made a terrible choice, but still just a boy. Rosie felt Broden's arm tense beneath her hand, felt the violence coiled in him like a spring wound too tight. She understood it, even sympathized with it. This boy's betrayal had nearly gotten her killed, may well have gotten others killed, and had most certainly violated the sanctity of Broden's home and the trust of his clan. But looking at Ian quivering in his boots, barely more than a child despite his height, she couldn't bring herself to want him dead. Punished, yes. Made to understand the magnitude of his actions, absolutely. But executed? For being young and foolish and desperate to provide for the girl he loved? She'd been young and foolish too, once. Had trusted the wrong people, allowed others to make choices on her behalf that nearly destroyed her. If not for Broden's intervention, she'd be locked in Bedlam right now, declared mad, with her cousin Edmund claiming her entire inheritance for himself. Who was she to demand death for someone else's mistakes when she'd been given mercy for her own? Broden, she said quietly, still holding his arm. May I speak? He looked at her, something shifting in his dark eyes. Around the table, his inner circle waited, watching this interplay with expressions ranging from confusion to interest. Please, he said, and she heard the cost of that word, the effort it took him to set aside his rage long enough to hear her out. She rose, keeping her hand on his arm as she addressed the room. I'm the one Ian's actions endangered most directly. I'm the one who nearly died because he sold information to my enemies. Her voice remained steady despite the memory of terror on those rocks, of the mercenary advancing with murder in his eyes. So perhaps I have some right to speak to his punishment. You have every right, Broden said, his jaw tight. Name it, and it's yours. She looked at Ian, still kneeling, still weeping. At Colm, standing silent with the weight of his son's betrayal crushing his shoulders. At Isla, whose gentle heart showed clearly in her expression. At Lennox and Ewan, warriors both, ready to dispense whatever justice their laird decreed. He's barely more than a child, she said quietly. Old enough to know better, yes. Old enough to be held accountable for his choices. But young enough to still be shaped by mercy. She paused, choosing her words carefully. In England, I've seen what happens when punishment focuses solely on retribution. It creates more bitterness, more anger, more cycles of revenge. But I've also seen, here in this castle, what happens when strength is tempered with wisdom. When a laird rules not just with power but with justice. She felt Broden's arm relax slightly beneath her hand, felt him listening not just to her words but to their meaning. I don't want him dead, she said simply. He made a terrible choice, and people might have died for it. He'll have to live with that knowledge for the rest of his life, and I believe that's a heavier burden than any execution. But killing him won't solve anything. It won't undo the betrayal. It will just create more grief, more loss, more families torn apart by this mess Edmund started. My lady, Colm said, his voice rough with emotion. You're too kind. Your son deserves a chance to learn from his mistakes, just as we all have done, Rosie interrupted gently. Away from here, away from the life he knew, forced to build something new from nothing. That's not empty mercy, sir. That's gentle justice, real accountability. She looked up at Broden, meeting his eyes squarely. But it's your decision, my laird. Your clan, your law, your judgment. I'm just asking you to consider that mercy can be strength too. That sometimes the hardest thing, the bravest thing, is to choose compassion over vengeance. Something in Broden's chest eased as he looked at her. This woman, this fierce, brave, beautiful English lady who'd nearly been killed because of Ian's betrayal, was pleading for the boy's life. She had every right to demand his head, and instead she was arguing for mercy. How could he not love her? The thought struck him like a physical blow. Love. How had that happened? How could this Sassenach sneak so completely into his heart in such a short amount of time? How was it possible that her happiness could become, practically overnight, more important than his pride, her safety more vital than his own life? He didn't know. But standing there in his great hall, surrounded by the most trusted members of his clan, with her hand on his arm and her blue eyes pleading for compassion, he knew it with absolute certainty. He loved her. Completely. Irrevocably. Fiercely. Exile, he declared, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. Ian MacDonald, you will leave these lands by dawn. You will never return, on pain of death. You will take nothing but the clothes on your back and whatever your father chooses to give you. And you will live the rest of your life knowing that you betrayed your clan and nearly killed the woman your laird loves. He felt Rosie's sharp intake of breath at those last words, but he didn't take them back. Couldn't take them back, even if he wanted to. If you ever return to MacDonald land, he continued, if I ever hear that you've betrayed another soul the way you betrayed us, I will hunt you down myself and finish what I'm sparing you from today. Do you understand? Ian nodded frantically, still on his knees, still weeping. Yes, my laird. Thank you. Thank you. I'll never, get him out of my sight, Broden ordered, and Colm moved forward to haul his son to his feet. At the door, Colm paused, looking back. My laird, You're not responsible for your son's mistakes, Broden said quietly. You're a good man, Colm. A loyal captain. This doesn't change that. Relief flickered across Colm's weathered face before he nodded once and led Ian from the room. When the door had closed behind them, Broden's inner circle slowly filed out as well, reading the moment with interested reluctance. Isla squeezed Rosie's shoulder as she passed. Lennox clasped Broden's arm in silent support. Ewan nodded his approval of the judgment. The great hall door closed behind them with a soft, final thud. Then they were alone. Silence settled in the hall, the kind that follows storms, dense and still and oddly tender. The fire had burned low, casting the long table in amber and shadows. Outside, she could hear the distant call of the night watch, the castle resuming its ordinary rhythm as though this were a completely normal evening. Rosie's hands were folded in her lap. She was aware of the bruise on her cheek, the ache in her knees from the cave floor, the bone-deep weariness that had been waiting patiently behind the urgency of the past hours. Now that the urgency had gone, the weariness rushed in to fill the space. She was also aware that Broden had not moved. He stood at the head of the table where he delivered judgment, arms crossed over his chest, staring at some middle distance above the hearth with the concentrated frown of a man doing sums he didn't like the answer to. You said you love me, she said. The frown deepened. She waited. He said nothing. Broden. A grunt. She blinked at him. That's your response? A grunt? I'm thinking. About whether you meant it, or about something else entirely. He slid his gaze to her then. Dark, steady, giving nothing away. About Edmund, he said. She stared at him for a long moment. Of course he was. Ah, she said pleasantly. Yes. Very romantic. Rosie. No, truly. Most men, having just declared their feelings in front of their entire council, would perhaps linger on that subject for at least a moment or two before pivoting to logistics. But you are not most men, are you? She thought she saw the barest hint of a smile. Good of you to notice, he said. You're impossible, she declared, exasperated. Broden uncrossed his arms. For a moment he simply looked at Rosie, then he moved to the chair beside her, sat and turned toward her. Here, she could see what distance had concealed, the faint tightness around his eyes, the set of his shoulders that had not entirely released since the encounter with the mercenaries in the caves. Some of Edmund's men are dead, he said. The others have fled into the hills. By morning, word will reach him that they failed. Yes. She kept her voice even. He'll not stop. No. He won't. She'd known that since before she'd ever crossed the border into Scotland. Edmund did not accept failure, not in others, and especially not in his own carefully constructed plans. He wanted her inheritance, her compliance, and her silence, and he would not stop arranging for all three simply because one effort had failed. He'll come himself, maybe. Or send more men. Better ones. Broden's gaze was direct. This castle is defensible, but it's not invisible. He kens you're here now. He suspected before. Now he's certain. She folded her hands more carefully in her lap. Which means staying here puts your clan in danger. My clan can handle danger. Broden, that's not what I'm working out. She looked at him. The firelight moved across his face, catching the iron threads in his dark hair, the weathered lines of a man who had spent his life out of doors and in conflict. He was watching her with that unreadable expression she'd spent the past days trying to decode, the one that felt, increasingly, like he spoke truth to the council about his feelings for her. Then what are you working out? She asked. How to keep you safe, he said. And keep you here. Something moved through her chest. Those two things may not be compatible, she said softly. I'm aware. The jaw ticked again. I'm working on making them so. She looked at the scarred table before her, worn smooth by generations of MacDonalds who had sat here making impossible decisions. I don't want to be the reason good men die, she said. More good men. The three who were lost tonight, were lost defending their home and their lairds. He stopped again. She looked up. He was looking at her with something that might, on a less controlled face, have been called discomfort. His what? She asked quietly. The fire snapped. Outside, the night watch called again, distant and ordinary. Their laird's household, he finished, and the slight pause before the last word was precisely long enough to tell her he'd chosen it to replace another. She almost smiled. Is that what I am? You're a guest under my protection. Of course. She folded her hands with great composure. A guest. Who you said you love. He said nothing. You did say it, she prodded. In front of Lennox. And Isla. And your cousin Ewan. She tilted her head, watching him. The rigid set of his spine. The way his large hands rested on his knees as though he'd placed them there deliberately to keep them still. Broden. You can tell me. A long pause. The fire. The dark. The quiet castle settling around them like a held breath. You heard it well enough the first time, he said. She regarded him with great patience. You are the most stubborn man in Scotland. No argument whatsoever. Possibly all of Britain. Possibly. You said you love me, she said, softer now, and you kissed me. Surprisingly gently, in fact, for a man who grunts at questions and terrifies rooms full of people simply by going quiet. Something shifted in his eyes. Quick, almost hidden, the way light catches water before going still again. He reached out. His hand came to her face, careful, as it always was when he touched her, as though he'd made a private accounting of his own size and adjusted accordingly. His thumb traced the edge of the bruise on her cheek with a touch so light she barely felt it and felt it everywhere all at once. She went very still. "Edmund will make another move," he said quietly. His hand hadn't moved. His eyes hadn't moved. "Soon. Before he loses the advantage of kenning where you are." "Yes," she managed. "Which means we have little time to decide what happens next." A pause. "What happens to you? What are the options?" she asked. Her voice was admirably steady, she thought, given the circumstances. "You could go north. Further into the Highlands. Somewhere Edmund would find harder to reach, though not impossible." His thumb moved, the smallest motion, still tracing that bruise with devastating gentleness. "You could go to France. I have contacts there who would keep you safe." "Those both sound very far away," she said. You said them as though they were real options." "They are real options. But not the one you want." He looked at her for a long moment. "Nay, lass," he said. "Quiet. Absolute." She felt the words settle in her chest like something long awaited. "What do you want, then?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He moved his hand from her face, slowly, reluctantly, and braced his forearms on his knees, looking at the fire instead of her. It was, she had come to understand, what he did when the words he needed were in reach but required effort to retrieve. She waited. "You're safe here. Safer under my protection than anywhere else in the Highlands. I wouldna trust another man to guard you anyway." His voice had dropped, low and certain in the way of things he didn't intend to negotiate. Broden stood and pulled her into his arms. "You'll stay." He cupped her face in both hands the way he had in the caves, the way he had in her chamber, his thumbs gently rubbing her cheeks again. Then he tilted her face up, tenderly, reverently, and kissed her. Soft. Slow. With the careful precision of a man who understood the weight of what he was doing and had decided to do it anyway. His lips against hers were warm and steady and asked nothing she wasn't already willing to give. She kissed him back. His hands tilted her face up slightly, and the kiss deepened, still gentle, still deliberate, but fuller now, the way a tide comes in. She felt the slight roughness of his jaw against her palm where her hand had found its way without her permission, felt the steady warmth of him that made the cold night and the fear and the long uncertain weeks of flight feel very far away. When he lifted his head, she kept her eyes closed for a moment. Just a moment. When she opened them, he was watching her. That unguarded expression on his face again, the one that looked foreign there, like unfamiliar country he was nevertheless prepared to inhabit. "Oh," she said softly. He said nothing. But his thumbs moved against her cheeks, once, feather-light. "Broden." She searched his face, not sure what she was looking for. "Go to bed, Rosie." His voice had roughened, low and warm. He released her face, slowly. She stepped back. Smoothed her skirts. Gathered the scattered remains of her composure, which had been staging a mutiny since the moment his hands had first touched her face. At the door, she stopped. "Broden?" She looked back at him. He was standing where she left him, still watching her, the firelight at his back and his dark eyes steady across the length of the room. "For what it's worth," she said quietly. "I want to stay." She didn't wait to see his expression change. But she heard his response. Low, very quiet, through the closing door. A song in words. "Sleep well, lass." She smiled the whole way up the stairs. If you're enjoying your time with this audiobook, please consider liking, sharing, hyping, and subscribing to this channel. Your engagement signals to the algorithm that this channel is worth promoting. I would greatly appreciate it. Chapter 7, Frost and Firelight. 3 days until Christmas, and Inverlochi Castle had transformed into something out of a dream. Everywhere Rosie looked, preparations buzzed with infectious energy. Allies from neighboring clans arrived daily, their colorful tartans adding splashes of vibrancy against the snow-covered landscape. Pipes practiced in the bailey, their haunting melodies drifting through stone corridors. The kitchens worked overtime, fragrant with oatcakes and shortbread, roasting meats and spiced wine. Rosie should have been planning her next move. Edmund's mercenaries were long gone, even the ones captured and released, but they were still out there somewhere, regrouping, plotting. She couldn't hide behind MacDonald walls forever, no matter how safe Broden made her feel. And no matter how much she wanted to. But instead of making practical plans, she found herself learning Highland dances in the bustling Great Hall with Isla, laughing until her sides ached when she stepped on Lennox's feet during a particularly complicated reel. The warrior had borne her clumsiness with surprising patience, though his expression suggested he'd rather face a dozen English soldiers than attempt another turn with her. "You're overthinking it," Isla had said, demonstrating the steps for the third time. "Feel the music, let it guide you. Highland dances are about joy, not perfection." Joy. When had Rosie last felt joy that wasn't tinged with fear or desperation? But here, in this castle that had become more home than any English manor ever had, joy seemed to seep into her bones like the warmth from the ever-burning hearths. She'd spent an afternoon helping old Morag string pine boughs along the gallery railing, the two of them working in companionable silence punctuated by the old woman's dry commentary on the clan's various personalities. Rosie had learned more about the MacDonalds in those 2 hours than in all the days prior combined. Which of the warriors had a weakness for shortbread? Which of the lads had already made a fool of himself over one of the visiting clan's daughters? Which of the elders could be counted upon in a crisis and which were better kept well away from one? And the Laird? Rosie had ventured, keeping her voice carefully neutral as she looped a length of ribbon around a pine knot. Morag had paused in her work, her sharp eyes cutting sideways to Rosie's face with an expression that said she found nothing neutral about the question whatsoever. Broden MacDonald, the old woman had pronounced slowly, as if weighing each syllable, is the finest man this clan has produced in 3 generations. And he's been miserable as a wet cat for years now. She'd gone back to her pine boughs without further elaboration, leaving Rosie desperately wanting to know why he'd been miserable for years now. The failure of the recent rising? Challenging clan politics? Devastating heartbreak? Was there another woman? Or had he wanted there to be? Surely if Broden loved another, he wouldn't have publicly professed his love for her. And surely, if his council knew of his love for another, it would have shown on their faces when he did? Rosie bit her tongue from asking Morag, for she knew it would only turn the rumor mill. Her evenings at Inverlochi Castle had fallen into a pattern that made her heart ache with how much she'd come to treasure them. After supper, when the great hall quieted and most of the clan had dispersed to their own pursuits, Broden would pull her close to the fire. There, with flames casting shadows across his severe features, he taught her Gaelic words in that deep voice that did strange things to her pulse. "Say it again," he'd murmur when she stumbled over a particularly difficult pronunciation. "Mo Crith. My heart." She'd repeat it, feeling the foreign syllables shape themselves on her tongue, increasingly suspicious that he was not teaching her the most universally applicable words in his possession. He'd smile at her attempts, that rare, devastating smile that transformed his harsh face into something beautiful and made her forget every reason she should keep her distance, both physically and emotionally. "Are you certain that's a phrase I'll have regular occasion to use?" She'd asked him the previous evening, narrowing her eyes as his smile deepened. "I am. Broden. Teach me something useful. Something I might actually find occasion to say to someone." His gaze had dropped to her mouth for just a moment before returning to her eyes. "You'll find occasion to say Mo Crith to someone," he'd said simply, and that had been the end of the lesson. That night, after supper, Broden rose from the table and extended his hand to her. She took it without question, following him through lamplit corridors and up the winding stairs with a trust more certain than was perhaps due. Snowflakes fell soft and steady outside as they stepped onto the battlements and watched the white blanket of snow spread across the dark hills. The air bit cold enough to sting her cheeks, but Broden's presence beside her radiated warmth that took away the discomfort. His hand was warm around hers and he didn't let go even after they'd arrived. She noticed he did things like that, created small economies of touch so naturally he didn't seem to notice them, as if they were just automatic extensions of himself. A steadying hand at the small of her back when the corridor was crowded. Fingers brushing hers when he passed her a cup. The way he would position himself between her and any doorway they passed, a habit so deeply ingrained she doubted he was even aware of it. She was aware of it. She was aware of every single instance of it. He guided her to the stone parapet, where they stood gazing out over the sweeping expanse of MacDonald territory. The breeze was brisk, and the air crackled with the threat of another storm. They stood in companionable silence until the sound of her own voice surprised her. "You should hate me," she heard herself say, the words escaping before she could stop them. The thought had been nagging at her for days, ever since Ian's exile, ever since the battle that had cost MacDonald lives. "I'm English. Your enemy, by every right and reason." His lips quirked in that way that meant he was amused despite himself. "You are English. Stubborn as a mule when you've set your mind to something. Argumentative as a magpie, always finding something to debate. With a tongue sharp enough to flay a man alive when properly motivated." She bristled, color flooding her cheeks that had nothing to do with the heat emanating from his embrace. "Well, if that's how you truly see me, perhaps I should go back inside. I'm not finished." He turned to face her fully, and the firelight from the torches below danced in his dark eyes, making them gleam like polished obsidian. "You're also brave as any warrior I've ever fought beside. Kind, even when you've every reason to be bitter, after everything you've endured. You make my sister laugh in a way I haven't heard since before the Rising. You charmed old Morag, which I didn't think was possible for anyone born south of the border. And you faced down a trained mercenary with nothing but a wee dirk and sheer courage." His voice dropped lower to avoid it being carried to the guards stationed at intervals along the walls. "How could I hate you, Rosie, when you've stolen my heart as thoroughly as if you'd cut it from my chest and claimed it as your own?" Her breath stopped. The world narrowed to his face, weathered and beautiful and impossibly dear in the flickering torchlight. Snow dusted his dark hair, caught in his eyelashes, but he seemed oblivious to everything except her. She wanted to say something sensible. Something measured and careful that would give her time to think, to breathe, to remember all the very practical reasons she should not be standing on a battlement in the dark, looking at this man as though he had personally hung every star in the sky. She could think of none. "You don't mean that," she whispered, even as hope bloomed treacherous and wild in her chest. "You can't. We've known each other for a few days. This is just protective instinct. Highland hospitality. You'd feel the same about anyone you'd sworn to keep safe." "Would I?" One dark brow rose in challenge. "Then why does my heart stop every time you walk into a room? Why do I find myself watching you when I should be focused on clan business? Why does the thought of you leaving, of you being anywhere I can't protect you, make me want to lock you in the tallest tower and throw away the key?" "That's not romantic, that's kidnapping," she managed, trying for levity even as emotions threatened to overwhelm her. His laugh was low and rough. I never claimed to be good with pretty words. I'm a warrior, Rosie. I ken how to wield a broadsword, not recite poetry. But I also ken what I feel." He pulled her closer, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. "And I feel like you've become as essential to me as breathing. Like I didn't truly live until you collapsed at my gates in the middle of that gale." Broden cupped her face in both hands, his palms warm and calloused and infinitely gentle against her cold cheeks. His thumb stroked her cheekbones with devastating tenderness. When he spoke again, his voice was even lower, rougher. "Tell me to stop, and I will. Tell me you feel nothing, that this is all one-sided, and I'll let you go. I'll still protect you, still keep you safe, but I'll stop pursuing you. His eyes held hers, dark and intense and utterly sincere. "But lie to me, lass, and I'll ken it. I've learned to read you these past days. I see it in the way you watch me when you think I'm not looking. In how you lean into my touch. In the way your breath catches when I'm near." She couldn't lie to him if she wanted to. Not when her heart hammered against her ribs like it was trying to reach him through flesh and bone. Not when every fiber of her being wanted to close the distance between them and rediscover his kiss, as she'd imagined doing in those stolen moments before sleep claimed her. "I can't lie to you," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've reminded myself of every reason this is foolish. You're Scottish, I'm English. You're a Highland laird with responsibilities to your clan. I'm a fugitive with a mad cousin who won't rest until I'm locked away or dead. We're from different worlds, and those worlds have been at war for longer than either of us has been alive." She reached up, covering his hands on her cheeks with her smaller ones, holding him there. "But none of that matters when you look at me the way you do, like I'm already yours. You are already mine, if you want to be. No one in the clan, nay, all of Scotland, would dare claim you now." A short, disbelieving sound escaped her. "You declared to your trusted council that you love me, a sentiment, I will remind you, you have not shared with me directly. Broden, that's not quite the same as claiming me as yours to your clan, and certainly not to the entire county. Surely you exaggerate." The look on his face suggested he found this conclusion quite naive. "Broden. You haven't," she stopped. "Read his expression more carefully. You have. When you said you love me? When exactly did you, Rosie? Tell an entire Highland clan that I was yours before you'd even told me, Rosie." There was warmth in his voice now, barely suppressed. "Which is enormously high-handed of you, I'll have you know," he kissed her. Not roughly, never roughly, but with the quiet certainty of a man who had made up his mind some time ago and was simply waiting for her to catch up. One hand slid from her cheek into her hair, tilting her head back, and she forgot entirely what she'd intended to say. Rising on tiptoe, she kissed him back. When they finally pulled apart, Broden nudged her to face the darkened horizon and wrapped his arms around her from behind. He pulled her back against his chest, sharing his warmth as they stood looking out over his lands. She could feel the steady rhythm of his heart against her shoulder blades. The unhurried, even beat of a man entirely at peace. It occurred to her, standing there in the falling snow with his arms holding the cold at bay, that she had not felt at peace in years. That somewhere between a blizzard and a battlement she'd stopped bracing for the next blow. She wasn't sure what to do with that. "It doesna matter how they can," he said quietly, his chin resting on top of her head. "But here in the Highlands, all a man need do is declare his heart, and it is understood." "His crith?" she asked, and felt his arms tighten in response to the word. He hummed in his throat. His crith." They stood in comfortable silence for long moments before she spoke again. "I should warn you, I've discovered I'm quite terrible at Highland dancing. Lennox's feet may never recover. Who knows what other facets of this life I'll lack talent for." His laugh rumbled through his chest. "I find myself entirely unconcerned. I'll dance with you instead of Lennox from now on. In fact, I insist on it. Stay away from Lennox entirely. Dinna even look at him. Don't even look at him." She tilted her head to look up at him. "Am I to cast my eyes down should he walk by me in the foyer?" Broden paused, as if considering that. That will do nicely. You've gone daft." A deep harumph was the only response she received. She settled back against him and watched the snow fall over the Highlands. Below them the castle continued its preparations for Christmas Eve, but here, in the parapet, Broden and Rosie existed in their own private enclave that neither wished to depart. An ethereal place beyond space and time where nationality didn't matter, where the past couldn't touch them, where the future stretched bright and promising despite all the obstacles still standing in their way. 3 days until Christmas, Rosie said eventually, breaking the comfortable silence. Is it much like Christmas time in England?" She could feel the warmth of his breath near her ear, sense the disturbed air that escaped his lips in humor. Now how would I ken that, lassie? Do I look like a man who spends much time in England? Haven't you visited? Have you not read accounts in books, or heard stories? He chuckled. My visits to England have been short in duration. And always, intentional. And no, I've not read accounts of English customs. They're not thick on the ground in these parts. What do you mean, intentional? He made a non-committal sound in his throat. She waited for his response, and when it didn't come, she was left with no option but to conclude the worst. Do you mean to say you've only been to England to fight? Tell me about these customs. Broden, how many times have you crossed the border in pursuit of violence? Do you hang wreaths and garland and mistletoe in England? Broden. He turned her in his arms then, the grin on his face immediately charming any irritation out of her. Then he kissed her again, slow and thorough, until she forgot about Christmas customs and archenemies and everything except the feel of his lips on hers, his arms holding her safe, his heart beating steady and strong beneath her palm. That, she said breathlessly when he released her, is not an answer. Nay, lass. It isna. She opened her mouth. Closed it again. He watched her with open satisfaction, snow catching in his dark lashes, utterly unrepentant. The torchlight played across the angles of his face, the hard jaw, the weathered lines at the corners of his eyes that came from years of squinting into Highland winds, and she thought, not for the first time and certainly not for the last, that he was the most maddening and magnificent man she had ever encountered. Below, someone had begun to play a slow air on the pipes, the melody rising up through the cold night breeze like wood smoke, ancient and mournful and achingly beautiful. Rosie listened to it curl around them in the dark. Felt his arms tighten fractionally, as though the music moved something in him too. 3 days, she murmured again, soft this time. Broden pressed his lips to her hair. Aye, lass, he said quietly. 3 days. Chapter 8, The Gathering Storm. The great hall of Inverlochie Castle had never felt so full, nor so fraught with tension beneath the surface of the celebration. Highland nobility filled every available space, their colorful tartans creating a tapestry of clan allegiances that stretched back centuries. MacLeods with their distinctive yellow and black. Camerons in red and green. Grants sporting their ancient blue and green pattern. Stuarts wearing the red tartan that spoke of their royal connections, however tenuous those had become since the failed rising. All had answered Broden's call for the traditional Christmas Eve gathering tomorrow, but he knew it was more than tradition that brought them. Word had spread through the Highlands like wildfire about the English lady under MacDonald protection, about the mercenaries who dared attack his home, about the stand he'd taken against English authority. Now they'd come to see for themselves, to judge, to decide whether the MacDonalds were mad or brilliant, suicidal or inspired. Broden sat at the high table, hyper-aware of Rosie beside him. She dressed in MacDonald plaid at Islaw's insistence, the red and green wool draped over a gown of deep burgundy that made her golden hair shine like captured sunlight. She sat straight-backed, every inch the lady despite being surrounded by rough Highland warriors who'd fought in battles, raided cattle, and sworn oaths in blood. His plaid. His clan. His woman. Heavens above, he was proud of her. Proud of how she'd adapted, how she'd won over his warriors, how she sat here now facing the scrutiny of Highland nobility without flinching. Alasdair MacLeod, chieftain of one of the most powerful clans in the Western Highlands, leaned forward. His weathered face was grave beneath white hair that spoke of his 60 years. You risk war, MacDonald. Harboring an English noble the crown once returned. Have you considered what this means for all of us? The English are looking for any excuse to tighten their grip on the Highlands. You're handing them one. The table quieted, all eyes turning to Broden. This was the crux of it, the question everyone had been dancing around since the feast began. Would protecting one woman be worth the potential cost to all their clans? Then there'll be war. Broden's tone brooked no argument, his voice carrying to every corner of the suddenly silent hall. I'll not hand over an innocent woman to men who mean her harm simply because they wear English colors or wave English warrants. Beside him, Rosie sat utterly still, but he felt the tension thrumming through her. Under the table, her fingers found his, squeezing tight. He squeezed back, a silent message, I have you. I'll always have you. The lass is innocent, Isla said hotly from her seat beside Lennox. His sister had dressed in her finest, playing the role of castle lady with the same fierce determination she brought to everything. Her own cousin tried to have her imprisoned falsely in Bedlam. He bribed a physician to declare her mad so he could steal her inheritance. What kind of clan would we be if we turned her over to that? Murmurs rippled around the hall as the reality of the situation was revealed. Still, ventured Cameron of Lochiel, a shrewd man in his 50s whose clan had suffered greatly in the aftermath of the rising, the English won't let this stand. They'll send soldiers if the mercenaries fail. Regular troops, not hired swords. Will you face down the English army for one woman? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Every man in this hall had fought against English forces at one point or another. Every man knew the cost of that fight, the blood spilled, the homes burned, the lives destroyed. Broden rose slowly, his considerable height and presence commanding instant silence. He looked around the hall, meeting the eyes of chieftains and warriors, seeing the calculation there, the weighing of costs and benefits. I dinna ken if Vaughan has the pull to include the crown. But if he does, let them send an army, he said quietly. Quiet was always more dangerous than shouting. Let them send every soldier they can spare. Lady Roselyn is under MacDonald protection. That means she's untouchable. Any man, Sassenach or Scot, who tries to harm her answers to me. Are we clear? Rosie wanted to stand, to tell them she'd leave, that she wouldn't let them risk war for her sake. But Broden's hand tightened on hers beneath the table, holding her in place, and his sister Isla was watching her with an expression that said sit still and let the men posture. The silence stretched, taut as a drawn bowstring. Then Alasdair MacLeod, the white-haired chieftain who'd first voiced concern, rose slowly. Rosie's stomach clenched, certain he was about to argue against harboring her. Instead, he raised his cup high. To the MacDonald, he declared, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. And his lady. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Cameron of Lochiel rose, cup raised. His lady. Like dominoes falling, the rest of the hall surged to their feet, cups and tankards raised high. His lady, they roared in unison, the sound making the rafters ring. The hall erupted in cheers that shook the walls, bagpipes wailing to life, drums thundering. Rosie felt tears gathering, hot and overwhelming, as she looked around at these fierce Highland warriors who'd just sworn themselves to her protection despite barely knowing her. Broden bent close, his lips brushing her ear, sending shivers down her spine despite the warmth of the crowded hall. You're as good as Scot now, lass. They'll die before they let harm come to you. I don't deserve this, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. You deserve the world. He kissed her temple, gentle and possessive, not caring that every eye in the hall could see the gesture. And I mean to give it to you. Before she could answer, the pipes wailed to life with sudden ferocity, a reel that Rosie felt in her back teeth, and the floor shook as warriors met up with their womenfolk who had slowly filtered into the great hall after the conclusion of the meeting. All right, lads, Alasdair MacLeod bellowed across the hall, his silver hair rising above the growing crowd, his composure abandoned to the whiskey and the hour. That's enough business for tonight. The hall erupted in approval. Broden looked down at her, and for the first time all evening, something boyish flickered behind those obsidian eyes. Did Lennox perchance teach you to reel? Isla was doing the teaching, not Lennox, Rosie said, which was mostly true. And no, absolutely not. He laughed. She felt it more than heard it, low and genuine against the riot of music. Well, that's a shame. Stay with me and you'll not fail. He pulled her onto the floor before she could object, and the crowd parted for them, then closed around them again as other couples flooded in. Rosie had half a second to observe the pattern, hands clasped high, a spinning turn, then down the line, before the music accelerated and thought became impossible. Broden was a revelation. She'd known he was powerful. She'd seen him command a hall of Highland chieftains, had watched him still a room with a quiet word. But this was different. He moved through the reel with the same certainty he moved through everything, one hand warm at her back, the other lifting hers, guiding without controlling, his feet finding the rhythm as naturally as breathing. When she stumbled at the turn, his grip simply steadied her without breaking stride, no fuss, no embarrassment, as if her misstep had been part of the pattern all along. "Hands up," he said against her ear, and she raised them. "Now spin," she spun. The hall wheeled around her in a blur of tartan and firelight and laughing faces, and then she was back, caught against his chest for one suspended breath before the music swept them on again. The clansmen were magnificent and terrifying in equal measure. Lennox threw Isla into a turn so fast her hair escaped its pins entirely, and she didn't seem to care in the slightest. Cameron of Lochiel, who'd sat so grave at the high table, was red-faced and bellowing with laughter as he led his wife down the line. Even old MacLeod had found himself a partner, and was stamping through the steps with the vigor of a man 30 years younger. And they were all watching Broden and Rosie. Watching with something Rosie hadn't expected to find directed at herself: approval. Warmth. The generous, uncomplicated pleasure of people welcoming someone into their midst. The pipes screamed higher. Broden caught both her hands and they turned in place, faster, and faster still, and Rosie stopped trying to follow the steps and simply let herself be moved, trusting him entirely. The great hall became nothing but spinning firelight and the thunder of feet and the solid anchor of Broden's hands in hers. When the reel crashed to its end, the hall dissolved into cheering. Rosie's chest heaved. Her hair had come half undone. She was almost certainly flushed the color of the MacDonald plaid she was wearing, and she didn't care, because Broden was looking at her the way he'd been looking at her all evening, like he was on a vast sea and she was his North Star. And she was laughing. She couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed like this. Unguarded, undignified, completely helpless with it. Broden caught her face in both hands, breathing hard himself, a rare and brilliant smile breaking across his features. "There she is," he said quietly, low enough that only she could hear beneath the noise. "Who?" "The woman you are when you finally let your guard down." The pipes were already gathering themselves for the next reel. Isla appeared at Rosie's elbow, flushed and grinning, her hair a spectacular ruin. "Again," she declared, as if this were not a question. Broden raised an eyebrow at Rosie. Her feet ached. Her lungs ached. But she grabbed his hand anyway. Again. As midnight approached and the celebration showed no signs of waning, Broden found himself watching Rosie navigate Highland politics with a skill that would have made his mother proud. She laughed at the right moments, asked insightful questions, and somehow managed to make even the most curmudgeonly old warrior smile. But he could see the strain around her eyes, the way her shoulders had tensed incrementally with each introduction, each careful conversation. She was tired, and she had every right to be. Broden waited for her conversation to end and approached from behind, placing a hand on her shoulder to get her attention. "You look exhausted, Mo Crith." He nudged her towards the stairs. "But the night's not over," Rosie protested, even as relief flickered across her face. "You can stay if you want, but this celebration will continue until dawn," Broden said quietly, guiding her toward a side entrance. "Trust me, you dinna want to see these old warriors when they've had too much whiskey and start comparing battle scars. It gets wild. And occasionally violent." Rosie did, in fact, notice that some of the other womenfolk were making their excuses, as well. Broden led her into a quiet corridor, the sounds of revelry fading behind them. Once out of view of the hall, Rosie sagged against the stone wall, closing her eyes. "That was overwhelming. You were magnificent." Broden braced one hand on the wall beside her head, caging her in gently. "You charmed every single one of them. Even MacLeod, and that man's been suspicious of everyone since the rising. I thought he was going to argue against protecting me. She opened her eyes, and he saw lingering worry there. They're risking so much, Broden. Their clans, their people. What if Edmund does bring soldiers? What if people die because of me? Then they die for something worth dying for. You, I. But also boundaries, autonomy. The right to do as we please within our own borders. A right that has been sorely trodden upon of late, but a cause worth fighting for nonetheless. He cupped her face with his free hand, thumb stroking her cheek. Rosie, do you ken what those men saw tonight? A Sassenach causing trouble? The corner of his mouth quirked up. They saw courage. They saw a woman who survived attempts on her life, who's fled and survived on her own wits, who would sit at a Highland table unafraid despite being surrounded by warriors who would, and regularly do, fight her countrymen. They saw strength, lass. The kind of strength that makes clans follow, makes warriors loyal, makes leaders formidable. I was afraid, she whispered, but she was leaning into his touch. Lassie. I ken it, but you didna show it. He bent until their foreheads touched. It doesna so much matter what you feel, Rosie. It matters what you do. And every person in that hall tonight saw you choose courage over fear. She rose on tiptoe and kissed him, soft and sweet and full of emotion that made his chest ache. When she pulled back, her blue eyes were serious. Thank you. For fighting for me. For risking everything. I'd risk more, he said simply. I'd risk everything I have, everything I am. Her blue eyes looked into his, looked through them. Searching, curious. Why? I already told you why you're worth fighting for. She leaned into him, and he met her. Her whisper barely reached his ears. That's not why. She was right. And wrong. It was why, but there was so much more to it. Knowing words would fail him, knowing he wouldn't be able to explain it. Not now, not yet, he simply kissed her. He took his time about it, and she didn't seem to mind that answer one bit. Too soon, somewhere down the corridor, a door opened, spilling laughter and music into their quiet moment. Broden lifted his head, unable to suppress a sigh. Come on. There's something I want to show you. He led her through passages she hadn't explored yet, upstairs that grew narrower and darker, until they emerged onto a small battlement on the other side of the castle, different than the one they'd visited the other night. This one overlooked the entire MacDonald Glen behind the holding. Snow fell gently, covering the world in white silence, and beyond the castle walls, the gathering of Highland clans had created a sea of campfires and blazing croft hearths that sparkled like earthbound stars. This is my favorite place, Broden said quietly, pulling Rosie into the warmth of his arms to shield her from the wind. When I need to think, when the weight of being Laird feels too heavy, I come to this overlook, and look out over my clan. See there? All those crofts, all those fires. The clan swore to protect you because I asked them to. You didn't need to do that, my Laird. Stop calling me that, lass. Rosie chuckled. But you do carry quite a bit of responsibility, I've noticed, she said, looking at him. Broden. He grunted his approval at hearing his name. It's humbling. And it means that when I tell you that you're safe, that I'll protect you, I'm not just speaking as one man. I'm speaking as the MacDonald, backed by every warrior down there. Edmund can send his mercenaries, his soldiers, England's entire army. We'll be ready. England's entire army is quite large. Lass. But they're not smart. And you are? A devilish grin was his reply. Rosie said nothing for a long moment. She was looking out at the fires again, and Broden was content to let the silence sit between them, easy and warm despite the cold. He'd learned that about her. She didn't fill quiet spaces with noise for the sake of it. She thought before she spoke, and what she said when she finally did was worth the wait. Do you ever tire of it? She asked at last. Of what? Being responsible for all of them. She nodded toward the fires below. All those people. All those lives. You carry them. He considered that. Most people didn't ask him questions like this. They asked what he decided, what he commanded, what he needed done. Not what he felt about the weight of it. He said honestly. Sometimes. But you don't ever put the weight of it down. It's not a weight you can put down. His arm tightened around her shoulders. It's more like, he searched for the words, frowning out at the snow-hushed dark. When you're born into this, the responsibility doesn't feel separate from you. It's as much a part of me as my name. There are nights it's heavy enough to crack bone. But I'd no more hand it off than I'd cut off my own arm. That's either very noble or very stubborn. Both, I'm told. Frequently. She laughed softly, and it curled like breath in the cold air between them. Then she tilted her head back to look at the sky, and he found himself watching her instead, the way the snow caught in her hair, the clean line of her profile against the black above, the quiet on her face that reflected the calm of the night. She was different out here. Softer at the edges, completely at ease, as if she were more comfortable here than inside. I used to watch the stars from my bedroom window, she said. When I was a girl, and the house felt, she paused, choosing her words. Too full of things that had nothing to do with me. I'd watch the stars and think that they didn't care who my father was, or what I was worth on the marriage mart, or whether I'd conducted myself suitably at supper. They just burned. And now? She was quiet a beat. And now I'm standing on a castle battlement in the middle of Scotland in the snow, in the arms of a Highland laird who makes me feel safe, and I cannot for the life of me think what I was ever so afraid of. He looked down at her in his arms. She was already looking up at him. Edmund, he said quietly. The asylum. Losing your entire future, maybe even your life. Her chin lifted. Yes. Quite right. Her smile was crooked. Kind of you to remind me. But I got out, and I came here, and you. She stopped. Shook her head, something working behind her eyes that she didn't quite let surface. You didn't have to do any of this, Broden. You could have sent me on my way weeks ago. A woman you didn't know, with trouble attached to her like a shadow. You'd have been well within your rights. I'd have been within my rights, he agreed. But I'd have been a coward. Maybe, but a smart one. No one would have faulted you. I'd have faulted myself. Strength is not only for battles, lass, he said. It's for the moments when the right thing costs you something. And sometimes the right thing is standing between someone and the harm that's coming for them, whether it's your fight or no. She studied him for a long moment with those clear blue eyes that saw considerably more than made him comfortable. Then she turned back to the view, settling her shoulder more firmly against his chest, and he felt the last of the tension leave her in a long, quiet exhale. I'll find a way to repay you, she murmured. When this is over. You could simply smile at me and I'd be repaid in full. Broden, Rosie. He said her name the way he always did, flat and final, and felt her huff of indignation against his arm. Some things aren't debts. Some things are simply, he cast about, jaw working. What you do for someone, who matters to you. The words settled between them like the snow, soft and pervasive. You mean, someone you love, she said, her voice nearly a whisper. He grunted, resting his chin on top of her head. Below them, a burst of song rose from one of the campfires, ragged and earnest and completely off-key, then dissolved into laughter. The bagpipes called back from inside the castle walls, mournful and proud in the way only pipes could manage. Broden let the cold and the stillness hold them both for a while longer. There would be time tomorrow for plans, for strategy, for the grim logistics of whatever Edmund Vaughan chose as his next move. Tonight the fires burned below and the snow fell above and Rosie was warm against him, and for this one moment, the weight of being the MacDonald felt not like a burden, but rather like a gift that had finally, improbably, brought him exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 9, Songs and Shadows. Christmas Eve dawned with the kind of cold that turned breath to crystals and made stone walls weep with frost. Rosie woke in her chamber to find pale sunlight streaming through the narrow windows, painting everything in shades of silver and gold. She pressed her hand to the glass, marveling at the ice flowers blooming across the pane. In England, Christmas had always been a formal affair. Stiff gowns and stiffer company, her aunt presiding over silent meals where laughter was considered vulgar and joy an embarrassment to one's breeding. Here, she could already hear the castle coming alive. Voices called in Gaelic, footsteps thundered on stone, and somewhere below, someone was singing a bawdy song that made her cheeks warm even though she only understood every third word. A knock preceded Isla bursting through the door, her arms laden with holly branches and a smile bright enough to rival the winter sun. Up, up, you lazy English rose. Isla dumped the greenery on the bed and grabbed Rosie's hands, pulling her to her feet. We've a feast to prepare, and Morag says if we're not in the kitchens within the quarter hour, she'll serve us our own heads on platters. Rosie laughed, the sound bubbling up from somewhere deep in her chest where warmth had taken root and refused to leave. Does she know you're threatening people in her good name? She encourages it. Says it keeps the young ones proper. Isla's grin turned wicked. Besides, I saw Broden heading toward the practice yard. The warriors spar every morning, no matter the weather. If we hurry, we can see the men training through the window before the real work begins. Heat crept up Rosie's neck at the thought of watching Broden spar, all that controlled violence wrapped in muscle and determination. She'd seen him fight for real now, had watched him move through enemies like death given form. The memory of that confrontation in the cave should have frightened her. Instead, it made her belly flutter with awareness. I see that look. Isla waggled her eyebrows in a manner that would have scandalized every deportment instructor Rosie had ever suffered through. My brother's quite the sight when he's wielding that broadsword, isn't he? I have no idea what you mean. Rosie busied herself with braiding her hair, grateful for the excuse to hide her burning face. Of course not. And I'm the Queen of France. Isla selected a green ribbon from the collection on Rosie's dressing table and began weaving it through the plait. You ken he's utterly besotted with you, dinna you? I've never seen him like this. All mooning glances and ridiculous smiles when he thinks no one's watching. Rosie's hands stilled. Broden doesn't moon. Oh, he moons. He moons like a lovesick lad of 16 instead of the hardened warrior he is. Isla tied off the ribbon with a flourish. It's adorable and slightly nauseating in equal measure. The warmth in Rosie's chest expanded, pressing against her ribs until she thought she might burst with it. She thought of Broden's hands cradling her face after the battle, the raw relief in his voice when he confirmed she was safe. The way he positioned himself between her and any potential threat without even seeming to think about it. I think, Rosie said quietly, meeting Isla's eyes in the mirror, I might be besotted too. Isla's smile gentled into something tender. Good. Because my brother deserves happiness, and you, Rosie Vaughan, make him happier than I've seen him in years. Maybe ever. They made their way down to the great hall, where organized chaos reigned. Women draped holly and ivy over every available surface, the dark green contrasting beautifully with the gray stone. Someone had found mistletoe, and clusters of the white, buried plant hung from archways and doorframes. Candles blazed in sconces along the walls despite the morning hour, their light dancing off polished wood and burnished metal. The scent of roasting meat drifted from the kitchens, rich and savory, mingling with cinnamon and cloves and something else Rosie couldn't quite identify but that made her mouth water nonetheless. Lady Roselyn. Morag's voice cut through the din like a blade through butter. The elderly healer stood near the hearth, directing traffic with the authority of a general commanding troops. You'll be wanting to get to the kitchen straight away. Those herbs won't chop themselves. Rosie hurried to obey, finding herself stationed at a long wooden table covered in fragrant greenery. Sage and thyme, rosemary and winter savory, their scents rising sharp and clean as she began separating leaves from stems. Around her, the other women worked and talked, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of sound that felt like belonging. They spoke of children and husbands, of recipes passed down through generations, of winters past and hopes for the coming year. And they included her in their circle as naturally as breathing, asking her opinion on seasonings, teaching her the proper way to braid bread dough, laughing when she admitted she'd never plucked a goose in her life. "In England," said Margaret Cameron, a robust woman with 4 children and hands that could probably snap a man's neck, "do ladies not work in their own kitchens?" "Ladies in England," Rosie said dryly, "are not encouraged to do anything useful. We're meant to be decorative and accomplished in the most useless ways possible." "Accomplished how?" asked young Sadie MacLeod, barely 16 and recently married to one of Broden's warriors. "Oh, you know. Watercolors. Needlepoint. The ability to play the pianoforte badly while singing even worse." Rosie made a face that sent the women into gales of laughter. "I was considered quite scandalous because I preferred reading to embroidery." "Reading's important," Morag said firmly, her gnarled hands steady as she ground spices with a mortar and pestle. "I always thought so too," Rosie agreed, then took a moment's pause to appreciate her surroundings. This, she thought, watching these strong, capable women work together with easy camaraderie. This is what she'd been missing her whole life. Not wealth or title or the cold approval of English society, but friendship, belonging, the simple joy of working toward a common purpose alongside people who valued her for herself rather than her name or fortune. "Rosie." Isla nudged with an elbow, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Dinna look now, but you're being watched." Of course, Rosie looked. Broden stood in the doorway leading to the bailey, still dressed in his practice clothes. Linen shirt plastered to his chest with sweat, calf-high leather boots caked with mud, and a pleated tartan that revealed impossibly strong knees. His dark hair hung loose around his face, and a fresh bruise bloomed along his jaw. He was as beautiful as an avenging angel, and when his eyes found hers across the crowded kitchens, everything else faded to insignificance. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smile meant only for her. Private. Intimate. Full of promises that made her heart stutter and her breath catch. Then Lennox appeared behind him, saying something that required Broden's attention, and the moment broke. But not before Rosie felt the impact of that look all the way to her toes. "Definitely besotted," Isla murmured. "Both of you." Rosie couldn't even muster a denial. Night fell early in the Highlands this time of year, darkness creeping across the sky like spilled ink long before supper was served. But inside Inverlochie's great hall, light blazed from 100 candles and 2 massive hearths, turning stone walls golden and chasing shadows into distant corners. Rosie had never seen anything like it. The hall overflowed with people eager to celebrate Christmas Eve, clan members from the castle and surrounding crofts, Broden's warriors and their families. Even members of allied clans had arrived to replace the elder chieftains who departed at dawn after the raucous festivities of the night before. Long tables groaned under the weight of food. Roasted goose and venison, salmon caught from cold Highland streams, bread still warm from the ovens, cheese and butter and preserved fruits, and more whiskey and wine than Rosie had ever seen in one place. But it wasn't the feast that stole her breath. It was the music. Pipes wailed joyful laments that made her chest ache with emotions she couldn't name. Fiddles danced through reels and jigs that had feet tapping and hands clapping. A Bowron drum provided heartbeat rhythm while voices rose in Gaelic songs that spoke of love and loss, of battles won and heroes fallen, of homeland and heritage and the unbreakable bonds of clan. Rosie sat beside Broden at the high table, acutely aware of his presence beside her. He'd changed into formal dress. A fresh linen shirt and his best tartan pinned at the shoulder with a silver brooch bearing the MacDonald crest. His hair was tied back, revealing the strong lines of his face, the slight crook in his nose from an old break, the scar that cut through his left eyebrow. She wanted to trace every line and hollow with her fingers. Wanted to learn the map of him by touch and, "You're staring, lass." Heat flooded her cheeks as she jerked her gaze away, focusing intently on her plate. "I was merely observing." "Observing what?" His voice held laughter, warm and rich as the whiskey in his cup. "Your scar." The one through your eyebrow. She risked a glance at him, found him watching her with an expression that made her pulse quicken. How did you get it? A Cameron blade during a cattle raid when I was 17. His fingers brushed the mark absently. I was cocky and stupid, thought I was invincible. The Cameron warrior taught me otherwise. Did you learn the lesson? Eventually. His smile turned rueful. After a few more scars drove the point home. I'm a stubborn scoundrel, as you've probably noticed. I may have observed that tendency once or twice. Their eyes met and held, fueled by that increasingly familiar fire sparking between them. Every argument and agreement, every shared danger and quiet moment was building into something that felt as inevitable as gravity and twice as impossible to resist. A fiddle struck up a new tune. Faster, brighter, demanding movement. Around them, couples poured onto the floor, space cleared for dancing, hands linking, bodies spinning through patterns passed down through generations. Broden stood and offered his hand. Dance with me. It wasn't a question, but Rosie pretended to consider anyway, enjoying the flash of impatience in his dark eyes. I'm sure I don't know the steps. You've already proven you didn't need to. His hand remained extended, steady and sure. Trust me, lass. She placed her hand in his, felt his fingers close around hers with gentle strength, and let him pull her into the chaos of the real. He was right, it didn't matter that she didn't know the steps. His hands at her waist guided her through the turns, his body a solid anchor when the music threatened to spin her away. He murmured instructions in her ear, his breath warm against her temple, and she followed his lead without thinking. The world narrowed to movement and music, to the press of his palms against her sides and the way he looked at her like she was the only person in the packed hall. When the dance called for partners to separate, his fingers lingered on hers until the last possible second. When they came back together, his grip tightened possessively. Mine, his touch seemed to say. Rosie, mine. The song ended. Another began. They kept dancing, kept moving through reels and jigs until Rosie's sides ached from laughter and her feet protested the unfamiliar steps. Until the music became a living thing that wound around them both, binding them together with threads of melody and rhythm. Finally, breathless and glowing with exertion, Rosie pulled him to a stop near one of the blazing hearths. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heart thunder against her ribs. Enough, she managed, breathless. Never enough, lass. No teasing in his voice now. Just pure, unvarnished revelation that hit her like a physical blow. You're beautiful, he said in a voice that barely rose above the din. His hand came up to cup her cheek, thumb stroking along her jaw with devastating gentleness. Stay with me, Rosie. Not just tonight. Forever. Her heart stuttered, then raced in a way that had nothing to do with dancing. Around them, the celebration continued, music and laughter and voices raised in song. But she barely heard it. Her vision narrowed to only him, this fierce Highland warrior looking at her like she held his entire world in her hands. Broden, I realize we've not ken each other but a fortnight. The words came fast, urgent, his burst stronger with each one. I ken your English and I'm but a savage Scot, you're not savage. The protest burst from her before she could stop it. She framed his face with both hands, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms, the heat of his skin, the sharp line of his jaw. Fierce, yes. Dangerous when you need to be. But never savage. His eyes closed briefly, as though her words caused him pain. There are those who would disagree with you, lass. I've killed men with my bare hands. I've done things that would give you nightmares. I'm not gentle or refined or any of the things an English lady deserves. Stop. She pressed her fingers to his lips, silencing him. Just stop. You're right that you're not gentle. But you're good, Broden MacDonald. The best man I've ever known. You're fierce and loyal and you make me feel safe for the first time in my entire life. He caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm that sent heat racing up her arm and settling low in her belly. Then stay. His voice dropped to a rough whisper that scraped across her nerves like velvet over stone. Marry me. Become a MacDonald. They can't touch you then, you'll be Scottish, protected by clan law. You'll be mine, and I'll be yours, and no English scoundrel will ever hurt you again. The world tilted. Righted itself. Tilted again. Is that why you want to marry me? To protect me? Nay. The answer was quick, decisive. Then why? He quirked a grin and leaned closer. Because you're mine. I've already claimed you before my clan. Rosie opened her mouth, then closed it again when it was clear he wasn't finished. And because I love you, Mo Grad. And I mean to prove it to you until the end of my days. Rosie inhaled sharply, then the words escaped her own lips. I love you too, Broden MacDonald. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you. For one frozen heartbeat, he simply stared at her. Then his face transformed. Harsh lines softening, dark eyes blazing with something that looked like joy and relief and possessive satisfaction all tangled together. Say the words again, he commanded, his hands tightening on her waist. Yes, I'll marry you. Not those words. I love you. She laughed, the sound bright and jubilant and utterly freeing. Yes, yes, yes. I'll marry you. I'll be yours. He kissed her. Not the gentle press of lips from their first kisses, but something deeper, hungrier, edged with a need that matched the wild drumming of her pulse. His mouth moved over hers with devastating thoroughness, claiming her, branding her, staking a possession she felt all the way to her bones. She kissed him back with everything she had, her hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him closer even though they were already pressed quite tightly together. She tasted the whiskey he'd drunk with dinner, felt the tremor in his powerful frame, heard the low sound he made in his throat when he pulled away. Then their world exploded into noise. Rosie jerked back, heart hammering, to find the entire hall on its feet. Cheering. Whistling. Clapping hands and stomping feet until the very stones seemed to shake. Lennox's voice rose above the din, the Laird's getting married, lads. Break out the good whiskey. It's Christmas Eve. We're already drinking the good whiskey, someone shouted back. Then we'll break out the legendary whiskey. The last of the stuff old Ian hid from the Sassenachs back in '89. Broden's arm came around her waist, solid and steady, anchoring her when the sheer enormity of what she'd just agreed to threatened to overwhelm. She leaned into his strength, feeling his lips brush her temple, hearing him murmur something in Gaelic that sounded like a prayer and a promise combined. The musicians struck up a new song, slower this time, sweeter, with words she was starting to recognize. A love song. A wedding song. Ancient as the hills and twice as enduring. Broden pulled her close and they swayed together while the clan celebrated around them. His hands splayed across her lower back, keeping her pressed against the solid wall of his chest. Her head fit perfectly beneath his chin, and she could hear his heart beating steady and sure against her ear. Are you frightened, lass? He asked quietly, his voice rumbling through her. She considered the question honestly. Marriage to a Highland laird she'd known less than a couple of weeks. Giving up her English identity and becoming Scottish overnight. Binding herself to a man who was fierce and deadly and nothing like the soft-handed gentleman she'd been raised to consider appropriate matches. No, she whispered, and realized it was true. I'm not frightened at all. His arms tightened around her. Good. Because I mean to keep you, Rosie. Today, tomorrow, and every day after until the mountains crumble and the seas run dry. She tilted her head back to look at him, seeing her future written in the fierce devotion blazing from his dark eyes. That's quite a long time, Broden. I.M.O. Crith. His smile was devastating and tender and entirely hers. That's the idea. Around them, the celebration continued long into the night. Music and laughter, whiskey and wine, stories told and retold until they became legend. The clan embraced her as one of their own, offering blessings and body advice in equal measure while Broden glowered protectively at anyone who ventured too close. And through it all, Rosie felt something shift and settle inside her chest. Some piece that had always been slightly askew finally clicking into place. She'd fled England expecting nothing but survival. Instead, she'd found belonging. Purpose. Love. She'd found home. Chapter 10, Betrayal at Midnight. The scrape of steel on stone yanked Broden from sleep like a fist to the gut. His eyes snapped open in the darkness, every warrior instinct roaring to life. That sound, threatening, and entirely unmistakable, had no business existing in his world at 3 a.m. on Christmas Day. He rolled from bed, his feet hitting the cold stone as his hand found his broadsword leaning against the wall. The familiar weight settled in his grip just as his chamber door exploded inward. Lennox stumbled through, his face pale as death in the moonlight streaming through the window. Blood soaked his left shoulder, spreading across his shirt in a dark stain that made Broden's chest tighten. The postern gate. Lennox's voice came in gasps, his right hand pressed against the wound. Someone opened it from inside. Mercenaries, 40 of them. They're in the bailey. Ice flooded Broden's veins, cold and sharp as any Highland winter. His mind raced through the castle's layout, calculating positions, defensive strategies, weak points. Rosie. The thought slammed into him with physical force. He'd put her chambers in the North Tower, safer, he'd thought. Protected. Isolated from the main fighting if attack ever came. But with yet another traitor on the inside, that isolation made her a target, separated from the protection of the group. He moved before conscious thought concluded, his bare feet thudding against the cold floor as he charged past Lennox into the corridor. His roar shattered the pre-dawn silence like thunder splitting sky. MacDonald's. To arms. We're breached. Doors crashed open along the hallway. Men poured from chambers in various states of undress, weapons materializing in their hands with the ease of long practice. Broden registered faces in passing. Ewan, Colm, young Jamie barely old enough to grow a proper beard but deadly with a blade nonetheless. To the bailey. Broden's voice carried the weight of absolute command as he grabbed his boots and tartan, dressed quickly, then took the stairs at a dead run. Lennox. You're in command. The clash of steel rang from below. Shouts and accented English mixed with the guttural sounds of men dying. The mercenaries had spread through his castle like disease through a body, contaminating what should have been safe and sacred. These walls had stood for generations. His ancestors had built them stone by stone, defended them with blood. And now strangers tracked mud and malice across floors his mother had once walked. They would pay for that. In suffering, and worse. Broden hit the lower landing and found 3 mercenaries trying to force their way up the North Tower stairs. They turned at his approach, swords rising, and the closest one's eyes widened with recognition. The Laird, Broden didn't let him finish. His broadsword sang through the air in a horizontal arc that caught the man off guard. Broden's shirt was stained red as he pivoted, targeting a second mercenaries before the body of the first had finished falling. The third man raised a pistol with shaking hands. Broden closed the distance between them in 2 strides, batting the weapon aside. It discharged, the ball grazing him and burying itself in stone where his head had been a heartbeat earlier. He drove his fist into the man's jaw with enough force to snap his head back, then brought the broadsword's pommel down on him. The mercenary crumpled without a sound. No time for finesse. No time for honor or mercy or any of the things that separated men from beasts. These scoundrels had threatened his woman, his clan, his home. They would die in agony if he had any say in the matter. And he always had a say. Broden took the tower stairs 2 at a time, his blood pounding in his ears louder than his footsteps. The narrow spiral seemed to stretch endlessly upward, each turn revealing only more empty stone, more shadows that could hide threats. His shoulder burned where the pistol ball had grazed him, but the pain felt distant, unimportant. Everything in him focused on one goal: get to Rosie. Keep her safe. Destroy anything that stood between them. He reached her door and found it intact, still locked from the inside. Relief weakened his knees for a fraction of a second before iron control reasserted itself. Rosie. His fist hammered against the thick oak, echoing against the ancient stones. Broden. Rosie's voice cracked on his name before she could stop it, fear overriding any sense of composure she might have otherwise been able to muster. She pressed herself against the door, breathing hard. There are men outside, I dinna open for anyone but me. She heard the sound of boots on stone. Then the lethal music of what must have been his broadsword being drawn in a single fluid motion, and then total and complete chaos. Rosie pressed her back against the door, her fingers curled into fists at her sides, and listened with bated breath. Despite her attempts to subdue it, her mind's eye displayed the scene before her with imaginary detail that did nothing to calm her nerves. Until this moment, she'd had no earthly idea what a broadsword sounded like, or battle, for that matter. She thought she could have gone the rest of her life quite happily not knowing. The great, ringing shriek of steel on steel, sharp as a thunderclap, echoed in the narrow stairwell outside the strip of wood that was the only thing standing between her and death. She could only imagine how fierce Broden looked just now, how competent and strong, fighting for his survival, and hers. Dinna open for anyone but me. She wouldn't. She couldn't. Her legs had apparently decided the matter for her, frozen in place as they were. More clashing now, harder than the first round, closer, more violent. She felt it in her teeth mere moments before she heard a man cry out, low and ugly, the sound cutting off too fast. Her stomach turned itself over. Her hand flew to her mouth. Don't think about that, she told herself. Don't. But her mind had never been particularly obedient. She heard boots scrabbling on stone. A grunt, brutal and short, followed by an impact so solid the wall at her back seemed to shudder with it. Broden's voice cut through the chaos once, not words, only a sound, exertion stripped down to its animal core, and something inside her chest cracked open at the sound of it. He was hurt. He might be, no. She squeezed her eyes shut and pressed both palms flat against the door, as though she could hold the world on the other side of it together through sheer will. A pistol discharged. The sound tore through her like the shot had found her own body. She gasped, a small, strangled thing she immediately swallowed down, because it wouldn't help Broden. Neither would opening that door and flying out into the fray like a complete fool, dressed only in her nightgown. She could not, please. She didn't know if it was a prayer or a command. Please, please, please. The truth of the matter was she'd known this man for less time than it took most people to choose a horse. When she'd arrived at the gates of Inverlochie nearly unconscious, she was in a most desperate state. After close to a fortnight trying to make sense of the daft man's silences, his breathtaking competence and, above all, the careful way his eyes tracked her when he thought she wasn't looking, she was coming to cherish him most deeply. Yet another crash. A shriek, high and ragged and definitely not Broden, that broke off abruptly, again. Then the unmistakable sound of something heavy meeting stone in a long, boneless slide. Then, silence. Rosie stood in the ringing quiet, her heart hammering so loud she half expected it to be audible from the stairwell. She pressed her ear to the door and heard only her own blood rushing. Broden. His name came out barely above a whisper. No answer. Broden. Louder. Steadier than she felt, which surprised her. And then she heard them, footsteps, familiar ones. She'd learned the weight of his stride without ever meaning to, the particular cadence of a large man who moved with more grace than he had any right to. And he was coming straight toward her. Open the door, Mo Crith. He filled the doorway the way he always did, taking up more space than seemed physically possible. But his color was wrong, too pale beneath the shadows. And there was blood on his plaid that hadn't been there when he'd left her side, too much of it, in too many places to account for only one wound. The broadsword was still in his hand, point lowered now. His eyes found her immediately. Whatever cold and terrible thing that had been on his face when he'd told her to bolt the door, that mask she'd glimpsed for just a moment, ancient and awful and utterly without mercy, had already begun to dissolve. What replaced it was quieter. Rawer. "Are you harmed?" His voice was rough, scraped clean of its usual reserve. She stared at him. At the blood. At the impossibility of him standing upright before her. "Am I harmed?" she repeated, a statement more than a question. One corner of his mouth shifted. "Almost. Rosie. You've been shot." The words came out calm, which was extraordinary given that the room had begun a slight treacherous tilt around her. "You've been shot, and you're standing in my doorway asking if I'm harmed." He looked down at his side as though he'd only just remembered it. "A graze." "Oh, a graze." She reached out and took the broadsword from his hand before he could object. It was absurdly heavy, she nearly dropped it, and set it against the wall for no rational reason other than she needed something to do with her hands. "By all means, then. A graze. Perfectly fine. Nothing to concern ourselves with. Rosie. Sit down." She heard her own voice crack on the second word and didn't care. "You are going to sit down, and I am going to find something to bind your ribs, and you are not going to say it's just a graze to me again, or I swear on every MacDonald ancestor that ever defended this castle that I will, She stopped. He had said it quietly. Simply. Without argument or deflection or any of those infuriating one-syllable dismissals she'd grown accustomed to. He crossed the room in 4 steps and sat on the edge of the bed, and the breath went out of her all at once. She followed him, stepped into the space between his knees, and pressed her forehead briefly to the top of his dark head, just for a moment. And in that moment, she felt his breath shudder once, just once, before it steadied. Dawn on Christmas Day broke over Inveloce like a wound, all raw reds and bruised purples bleeding across a sky that had no right to such beauty. Not when the bailey below ran darker than mud. Not when the air still carried the acrid bite of smoke and death. Rosie stood at the window of her chamber. Her hands pressed against the cold glass, her breath fogging the pain as she watched the courtyard transform from the battlefield it had been. The MacDonalds were taking stock of their losses, taking count of the lives extinguished in defense of one troublesome Sassenach. 3 men dead because of her. 3 warriors who would never see another Highland sunrise, who would never return to wives or sweethearts or the children who waited for fathers who weren't coming home. Because of her. On Christmas morning. The thought sat like a stone in her chest, heavy and cold and impossible to dislodge. She'd known intellectually that her presence here endangered the clan. Had understood that Edmund's determination to claim her inheritance might spill blood beyond her own. But knowing and seeing were different beasts entirely. These men had names. Families. Lives that stretched beyond this single terrible fight. She knew these Scotsmen now. Young Jamie Kerr, barely 18, who'd taught her a bawdy Gaelic drinking song just 2 days ago while Isla pretended to be scandalized. Thomas MacLeod, who'd carved wooden toys for his grandchildren and shown them to her with such obvious pride. Old William Cameron, who'd survived the brutal aftermath of the 15 uprising only to die defending an English stranger in his own bailey. Her throat burned with unshed tears. Her eyes felt gritty, exhausted, but closing them only brought imaginary images of the carnage that had surely played out, as she sat safely ensconced in her locked chambers, protected by the Laird who should have been protecting them. A commotion in the corridor jarred her from her morbid musings. Soon, Broden was at the door again, asking her to unlock it. He entered then, the rustle of fabric, the creak of leather, the quiet efficiency of a warrior in complete control of his world. She didn't run to him. Couldn't. She'd already taken so much from him, from them. She couldn't take comfort now. Rosie. Broden's voice, rough from shouting orders through the night, from roaring challenges at enemies, from the rawness that came after violence. You should rest, lass. There's nothing you can do out there right now. I can bear witness. The words emerged steady despite the tremor working through her limbs. I can acknowledge what my presence here has cost. His footsteps approached, heavy and sure. Then his warmth enveloped her from behind, his arms coming around her waist with careful gentleness that contradicted the dried blood she knew still stained his hands, his shirt, his face. This isn't your fault. Each word carried the weight of absolute conviction. You didna hire those mercenaries. You didna open the postern gate. You didna choose to be born to a fortune that made you a target. But if I hadn't come here, then you'd be locked in Bedlam or dead in a ditch, and those men would have died fighting some other battle on some other night. He rested his chin atop her head, his breath stirring her unbound hair. We live a brutal existence here in the Highlands. This is what we do, Mo Grad. We fight. We defend. Sometimes we die. But we do it protecting what matters. And you matter, to me, to this clan. Those men knew the risks. They took them willingly. We all did. She leaned back against his solid strength, drawing comfort from his certainty even as guilt continued its relentless gnawing. I want to attend their funerals. Pay respects to their families. Do something, anything, to acknowledge, you will. We both will. His arms tightened fractionally. But first, we deal with the traitor. Then we plan our next move. Edmund won't stop, lass. Not unless we make him. That truth settled over her like a shroud. Edmund had sent 40 men this time. How many would he send next? How much more MacDonald blood would spill before this ended? She turned in Broden's arms, finally meeting his gaze. He looked haggard. Shadows bruising the skin beneath his dark eyes, exhaustion pulling at the harsh lines of his face, a fresh cut along his jaw adding to his collection of scars. But beneath the weariness burned something fierce and unbreakable. Determination. Purpose. Love. She leaned into all three and prayed it would be enough to see them all through this mess. Chapter 11, A Reckoning. Broden led Rosie through corridors that showed the scars of battle. Scorch marks on stone walls, broken furniture shoved aside, stains of indeterminate origin that someone would need to scrub away. The castle felt different now. Violated. The sanctuary she'd found here had been breached, and though the enemy had been repelled, the reminder of their presence remained. The bailey continued to buzz with grim activity when they emerged into the cold morning air. Warriors moved among the fallen, separating friend from foe with practiced efficiency. Women appeared with buckets and rags, beginning the long process of cleaning the stones. Someone had started building pyres for the mercenary dead. They'd burn rather than receive proper burial, denied the honor they'd forfeited through their actions. The MacDonald fallen would be honored differently. Already, Morag directed the preparation of their bodies for viewing, for the rituals that would see them laid to rest with the respect they'd earned in life and death. Broden's hand tightened around hers as they crossed the bailey, his presence a bulwark against the stares and whispers that followed their progress. Some looks held sympathy. Others showed barely concealed resentment. She was English, after all, and English gold had hired the men who'd killed their kinsmen. She lifted her chin and met each gaze directly, refusing to shrink or hide. She hadn't asked for this. Hadn't wanted violence to follow her north. But she wouldn't dishonor the dead by cowering from the consequences of what she'd brought to their doorstep. They found the prisoners near the stables, 12 men bound and guarded by grim-faced MacDonald warriors. Most showed signs of the previous night's violence: split lips, blackened eyes, bloodied noses. They sat or slumped in the dirt, defeat written in every line of their bodies. Except for one. The man who must be Carrick, the scarred leader who demanded Rosie's return weeks ago. Sat apart from the others, his back against the stable wall, his expression twisted with rage and frustration. When he saw Broden approach, something ugly flickered across his battered features. Come to gloat, MacDonald? Carrick's voice rasped, thick with pain and hatred. Enjoy your victory while you can. There'll be more of us. Vaughan's got deep pockets and deeper rage. You can't protect her forever. Broden's response was to crouch before the man, his movements fluid despite the night's exertions, his dark eyes glacial. I dinna need forever. I just need long enough to destroy your employer so thoroughly that no one else will dare take his coin. Big words from a Highland savage. Careful. The warning came soft as silk and twice as dangerous. I'm not feeling particularly merciful this morning. Rosie watched the exchange with a strange detachment, noting the way Carrick's bravado faltered beneath Broden's steady regard. This was the Laird in full, implacable, intimidating, carved from stone and iron will. The man who'd led his clan through the aftermath of failed rebellion. The warrior who'd earned his fearsome reputation through blood and steel. Her Highland warrior. Her betrothed. The thought should have frightened her. Instead, it filled her with a fierce possessive pride that probably spoke poorly of her character but felt right nonetheless. The gate, Broden continued, his voice carrying enough authority to silence even the whispers of watching clansmen. Someone opened the postern from inside. Who was your contact? Carrick's smile was a wound. Go to the devil. Eventually. But you'll get there first if you dinna answer my questions. Broden straightened, nodding to Lennox, who approached with his dirk already drawn. My second-in-command has a talent for extracting information. Quite painful are his methods. Or you could spare yourself the agony and tell me what I wish to ken. You don't have the nerve. Broden's fist connected with Carrick's jaw with enough force to snap the man's head back against the stable wall. Carrick sagged, dazed. I dinna bluff, Broden said flatly. And I dinna have patience for men who threaten what's mine. So I'll ask once more, and then Lennox starts cutting. Who opened that gate? Silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Then, from behind them, a voice shattered the tension. It was me. Rosie spun to find a woman she now knew as Agnes, Colm's wife, standing at the edge of the gathered crowd. The woman looked ancient in the harsh morning light, her face ravaged by tears, her hands trembling as she twisted them in her apron. God forgive me, Agnes continued, her voice breaking. It was me. The bailey erupted in shocked murmurs. Colm surged forward, his weathered face draining of color. Agnes, no. What are you? I did it. Agnes stumbled forward, each step seeming to cost her years of life. Edmund Vaughan's man found me in the village 3 days ago. Offered gold. Promised that if I helped them take the English lady, he'd see Ian pardoned. Brought home. Her eyes found Rosie, swimming with desperate grief. I just wanted my boy back. My baby. I didna realize, I didna think anyone would get hurt. Agnes's voice cracked, each word scraping raw. He promised. Edmund's man promised no one would die. Just take the lady, bring Ian home, everyone wins. Her laugh was bitter as frost. I was a fool. A desperate, grieving fool. ******. Rosie's hand tightened in Broden's, her nails biting into his palm. He felt the tremor running through her slight frame, saw the anguish painted across her features. A member of his own clan, driven mad by love and loss, had nearly gotten Rosie killed. Had gotten 3 good men killed. And yet Rosie felt for her nonetheless. Broden looked at Colm, saw the captain's face crumble as he stared at his wife. Saw decades of partnership and affection war with betrayal and grief. Saw a man's world tearing apart before his very eyes. Take her to the holding room, Broden said quietly. Not the dungeons. Not yet. Post guards. She'll be tried by the council come morning. My laird, Colm's voice broke. I didna ken. I swear on my life, I didna ken. Broden gripped the older man's shoulder, felt him shaking beneath his palm. You've served this clan faithfully for 30 years, Colm. Your wife's actions dinna change that. But she will answer for what she's done. And it may certainly affect your decisions moving forward. It's one thing to send a grown son out into the world on his own. Another to send a woman. I understand. Colm replied, heaviness in his voice. Agnes stumbled as guards led her away, her sobs echoing across the blood-stained bailey. Colm followed, his shoulders bowed beneath a weight no warrior should bear. Rosie's breath hitched beside him. Broden looked down to find tears streaming along the contours of her pale face, her free hand pressed to her mouth as if to hold back the grief threatening to spill over. Come. He pulled her against his side, sheltering her from the worst of the carnage, from the stares and whispers rippling through the gathered clan. You've seen enough. She didn't resist as he guided her toward the castle, but her eyes kept returning to the fallen. To young Jamie being prepared for burial, his mother's keening wail cutting through the morning air. To Thomas MacLeod's grandchildren sobbing in their father's arms. To William Cameron's widow standing silent and straight, her grief too deep for tears. They climbed to the private solar, a small chamber off the great hall that offered blessed solitude. Broden closed the door, cutting off the sounds of mourning and chaos, and turned to find Rosie pressed against the window, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Rosie, lass. He crossed to her in 3 strides, gathering her into his arms. She collapsed against him, all that fierce strength crumbling beneath the weight of guilt and grief. They died because of me. The words came muffled against his chest, broken and raw. Those men, those good men, died defending someone they barely knew. Died because I brought my problems to their doorstep. No. He caught her face between his hands, forcing her to meet his gaze. They died defending their home. Their laird. Their clan. You're part of that clan now, Rosie. Part of what they swore to protect. But if I'd never come here, then you'd be dead or worse, and those men would have fallen in some other battle on some other day. This is what warriors do. What we've always done. We fight. We bleed. Sometimes we die. But we die protecting what matters. She searched his face, tears clinging to her lashes like diamonds. I can't let this continue, she said. Can't let more people die because Edmund wants his hands on money that's never brought anyone anything but misery. He knew what was coming before she spoke. Saw the determination crystallizing in her blue eyes, replacing grief with that stubborn resolve he'd come to love. This has to end, she said, her voice steadying. Edmund won't stop. He'll send more men, 'cause more deaths. I can't live with that. Won't live with that. What are you saying? His voice dropped to the dangerous softness that made hardened warriors flinch. She lifted her chin, that familiar gesture of defiance that never failed to make his chest tighten. Let me go to Edinburgh. To the magistrate. We'll present our evidence against Edmund, clear my name officially, absolutely not. His hands moved to her shoulders, gripping perhaps too tightly, but the thought of her walking into danger again made something primal roar inside his chest. Rosie, that's insane. Edmund could have you killed the moment you leave MacDonald land. Could bribe magistrates, hire more mercenaries, arrange a convenient accident. I won't risk you. You wouldn't be risking me. Her hands came up to grip his shirt, holding on with surprising strength. Not if you come with me. You and your men. We'll travel together, present the evidence. Something fierce and possessive surged through him. Primitive at the thought of putting her in danger, at the thought of being her sole protection outside these castle walls. But beneath it ran a current of fear so sharp it made his ribs ache. Edinburgh. Taking her into the heart of enemy territory, where English law still held sway and Edmund's influence could reach. Where one misstep, one well-placed bribe, could see her disappeared into bedlam or worse. But she was right. Edmund wouldn't stop. Would keep sending mercenaries and assassins until either Rosie was captured or the MacDonald clan was destroyed fighting to protect her. And Broden wouldn't, sacrifice his people indefinitely for a battle that could be ended with strategy instead of steel. You're certain? He asked, searching her face for any hint of doubt or fear. I have limited ability to protect you from English courts. I'm certain. No hesitation. Just that blazing conviction that had characterized her from the moment she'd collapsed at his gates. I want this over. He pulled her close, burying his face in her unbound hair, breathing in her scent, heather and home and everything good in this brutal world. You're a brave little lady, Mo Crith. Her arms came around his waist, holding tight. Is that a yes? It's a yes. The words tasted like surrender and victory combined. We'll go to Edinburgh together. Present the evidence, clear your name, end this madness once and for all. She pulled back just enough to look up at him, a watery smile breaking through her tears. And if Edmund tries anything while we're there? His answering smile was all predator, all Highland warrior ready to defend what belonged to him. Then I'll introduce him to the business end of my broadsword. Slowly. My fierce protector. Your Highland husband, soon enough. He tilted her face up, his thumb stroking along her jaw. After we handle this mess in Edinburgh, we'll have a proper wedding. With all the clan, all the ceremony, and a handfasting that'll bind you to me so tightly you'll never escape. Who says I want to escape? She rose on tiptoe, bringing her lips tantalizingly close to his. I choose you, Broden MacDonald. Every day, for the rest of my life. No matter what comes. He kissed her then. Not with the jubilance of the Christmas Eve celebration, but with something deeper. Gentler. A promise sealed in the soft press of lips, in the mingling of breath, in the perfect rightness of two souls recognizing each other. When they finally broke apart, he rested his forehead against hers. We'll leave after Hogmanay. Time enough to bury our dead with honor, gather the evidence, and plan our approach. I'm not walking into Edinburgh blind. After Hogmanay. She nodded against him. I'll be ready. A knock interrupted them. Lennox pushed through the door, his expression grim beneath the bandages covering his shoulder wound. My laird. The prisoners are asking to speak with you. Carrick, specifically. Says he has information about Vaughan that might interest you. Broden's eyes narrowed. Does he now? Could be a trap, Lennox warned. Could be he's looking to bargain for his miserable life. Only one way to find out. Broden pressed a kiss to Rosie's temple. Go to your chambers, lass. I'll not have you anywhere near that scoundrel. She sighed but nodded. Fine. But if he says anything useful, I want to know immediately. You'll ken everything. He kissed her once more, quick and hard, then followed Lennox from the solar. The holding room stank of blood and fear. Carrick sat chained to the wall, his face a mass of bruises and split lips. But his eyes remained sharp, calculating, watching Broden's approach with the wariness of a cornered animal. You wanted to talk, Broden said flatly, planting himself just out of the mercenaries' reach. Talk. Carrick managed something resembling a smile. Still got that English lady of yours tucked away safe, MacDonald? Broden's hand shot out, fisting in Carrick's shirt, slamming him back against the stone wall hard enough to rattle teeth. You'll address Lady Roselyn with respect, or I'll cut out your tongue before we're done here. Clear? Clear, Carrick gasped. Broden released him, stepping back with visible effort. You have information about Edmund Vaughan. I'm listening. What's it worth to you? Cunning flickered in Carrick's battered face. My freedom? Safe passage out of Scotland? Your life. Broden's voice dropped to that deadly softness his warriors had learned to fear. Tell me what you can, and I'll make your execution quick and clean. Hold out, and I'll let Lennox get creative with his knives. Your choice. Carrick's throat worked as he swallowed. Vaughan's planning something. Something big. He's not just after the lady's fortune anymore. It's personal now. You've embarrassed him, made him look weak. He's hiring every sword he can afford, calling in favors from London. He means to see you and your entire clan destroyed. Ice trickled down Broden's spine. When? Soon. A fortnight, maybe 2. He's gathering forces in Carlisle, just across the border. Enough men to lay siege to this whole castle if he has to. Broden exchanged glances with Lennox. If Carrick spoke truth, they had even less time than he'd thought. Edmund wasn't just hunting Rosie anymore. He'd escalated to full-scale war. How many men? Last I heard? 200. Maybe more. Carrick's smile was bitter. You've made a powerful enemy, MacDonald. And powerful enemies don't forget. 200 mercenaries. More than enough to overwhelm even Inverlochie's formidable defenses if they were coordinated and well-led. More than enough to turn the Highlands red with MacDonald blood. Unless Broden struck first. Thank you for the information. Broden nodded to Lennox. See that his extradition is quick. He's earned that much. Wait. Carrick surged against his chains. You said my life. Your life is in the hands of the magistrate now. Broden turned toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, I believe you about Vaughan's plans. And I'll use that knowledge to destroy him before he can destroy us. So you'll be exiled kenning you actually helped, in your own twisted way. He left Carrick's protests behind, climbing back toward the solar where Rosie waited. She looked up as he entered, reading his expression with the ease of someone who knew him too well already. What did he say? Edmund's gathering an army. Broden crossed to her, needing the solid warmth of her presence to steady himself. 200 mercenaries. He plans to march on Inverlochie within the fortnight. Her face went pale. 200. He caught her hands, held them tight. Which is why we need to leave for Edinburgh immediately. We end this before he has a chance to bring that army north. We clear your name, strip him of his legal claims, send word to all the clans, and alert the magistrate of his approach. We'll leave immediately. She nodded, her jaw setting with familiar determination. Then we'd better start preparing. I'd better start preparing. He arched one brow. I thought I told you to rest. And I thought you'd learned by now that telling me what to do rarely works. Her smile was pure sass despite the fear he could see lurking in her eyes. I'm not hiding in your castle while you risk your life for me again. I'm the reason we're in this mess to begin with. Good heavens, he loved this woman. Loved her courage, her stubbornness, her absolute refusal to be anything less than a full partner in facing whatever challenges lay ahead. Lass. You are, he agreed, pulling her close. She melted against him, her arms winding around his waist. Promise me you'll be careful in Edinburgh. That you won't take unnecessary risks. I promise to be as careful as circumstances allow. He pressed his lips to her hair. But if it comes down to your safety or mine, Rosie, I'm choosing yours. Every single time. That's not an acceptable answer, it's not negotiable. He tilted her face up, his gaze fierce. I've lost too many people I cared about. I won't lose you. Not to Edmund, not to circumstance, not to anything. You're mine to protect, and I take that responsibility seriously. She searched his face, then sighed. Fine. But the same goes for you. If things get dangerous, you don't play hero. You stay alive, for me. Deal? Deal. They sealed the promise with a kiss that tasted of salt and smoke and the bitter knowledge that tomorrow would bring new dangers. But beneath that ran something stronger, hope, determination, and the unshakable conviction that they could face anything. Even Edmund Vaughan and his army of mercenaries, even the uncertain future that stretched before them, and even the possibility of losing everything in the pursuit of freedom. Because losing was simply not an option either of them could bear. Chapter 12, The Edinburgh Gambit. Edinburgh in late December wore winter like a funeral shroud. Ice choked the narrow winds, turning cobblestones treacherous and transforming the ancient city into something hostile and unforgiving. The castle rock loomed above it all, grey stone against slate sky, a monument to power and permanence that made even Broden feel small. He didn't like feeling small. The journey south had taken 3 days through brutal weather, snow and sleet that turned the roads to rivers of frozen mud, winds that cut through even the thickest Highland wool. They'd pushed hard, stopping only when the horses needed rest, sleeping in whatever shelter they could find. Rosie had borne it all without complaint, though Broden had caught her shivering more than once despite the plaids he'd wrapped around her. Now they moved through Edinburgh's Royal Mile like an invading army, 20 MacDonald warriors surrounding them in tight formation. Broden kept Rosie close to his side, his hand resting possessively on the small of her back, feeling the warmth of her through layers of fabric. She'd braided her golden hair in the Highland fashion Isla had taught her, woven through with green ribbon that matched her eyes. The MacDonald plaid draped across her shoulders, announcing her allegiance to anyone with eyes to see. She looked every inch a Highland lady, and the fierce pride that sparked in his chest threatened to overwhelm him. His. She was his, or soon would be. And he'd burn Edinburgh to ash before he let anyone take her from him. How much further? Rosie's voice came quiet, meant only for him despite the warriors surrounding them. 2 streets more. He scanned the buildings flanking their path, noting windows, doorways, alleys, anywhere threat might hide. The magistrate's office sits just beyond the Tron Kirk. As soon as Rosie had made her intentions clear, Broden had sent his men to canvass the south for any evidence that might indict Edmund Vaughan. The results now occupied a leather satchel Lennox carried, documents acquired through methods Broden preferred Rosie not know about in detail. Edmund's gambling debts, spelled out in clarity by creditors eager to see the scoundrel brought low. The brothel owner's admissions, extracted after what Lennox euphemistically termed persuasive conversation. Testimony from Rosie's loyal maid, all smuggled out of England quickly and covertly before anyone knew the better. It should be enough. Would be enough, if they could get it before an honest magistrate. But Broden's instincts screamed like bagpipes in his skull, and he'd learned long ago to trust that primitive warning system. Something felt wrong about this approach. The streets were too quiet for midday, too empty of the usual merchants and tradesmen who should be conducting business. Where was everyone? Wait. He caught Rosie's arm, bringing their entire party to a halt just 50 paces from the magistrate's door. His gaze swept the surrounding buildings, searching for whatever had triggered his unease. There. Movement in a second-story window. The glint of steel quickly withdrawn. A shadow that shouldn't be there given the angle of the winter sun. Lennox materialized at his elbow, having fallen back from his position as scout. His second-in-command's face bore the grim expression Broden had learned to dread. "It's a trap, my laird." Lennox's voice stayed low, urgent. "They're hiding in the buildings around us, the inn, the chandler's shop, that tenement across the way. Someone warned Edmund we were coming." Of course they had. Edmund Vaughan possessed connections that stretched from London to Edinburgh, gold enough to bribe half the city, and the desperate cunning of a man with everything to lose. Broden should have anticipated this. Should have known the scoundrel would have spies watching for their arrival. How long until they attack? Broden's mind raced through options, strategies, calculating odds with the cold precision that had kept him alive through countless battles. Minutes at most. They're surely waiting for us to reach the magistrate's door before they spring the trap. Bottleneck us in the narrow entry, cut off escape routes. Brilliant, in its way. And it would work, if Broden were fool enough to walk into it. New plan. The words came calm, measured. That deadly quiet his warriors had learned to recognize as the precursor to violence. Around him, his men tensed, hands moving to weapons with practiced ease. "Lennox, take half our warriors and Lady Roselyn to the lawn market. There's a sympathetic magistrate there, MacDougall. Served with my father during the 15. He'll hear our case." Broden, no. Rosie's hand fisted in his sleeve, her face draining of color as understanding dawned. "You can't mean to face these soldiers with just 10 men. That's suicide. It's a diversion." He caught her face between his palms, desperate to make her understand, to memorize every feature in case this was the last time he saw her whole and healthy in his. "I'll keep them occupied long enough for you to reach MacDougall. Present the evidence, get the magistrate's ruling. Once you're safe, I'll withdraw. I won't let you die for me." Tears gathered in her eyes, turning them to liquid sapphire. "I can't. This isn't up for debate, lass." He kissed her then, hard and fast and achingly brief, a promise and farewell combined. Her lips tasted of salt and desperation, and he wanted to drown in her, to forget duty and danger and lose himself in her warmth. But the English soldiers waited, and every second they delayed increased the risk. "I'll come back to you," he murmured against her mouth, feeling her tremble beneath his hands. "I promise. But I need you safe first. Need to ken you're beyond Edmund's reach before I can think clearly enough to fight. Broden, trust me." He pulled back, boring his gaze into hers with every ounce of intensity he possessed. "Please, Rosie. Trust me to ken what I'm doing. Trust me to come back." For a heartbeat she simply stared at him, her chest heaving with suppressed emotion, tears tracking down her pale cheeks. Then she nodded once, sharp and decisive, and he loved her so fiercely in that moment that his chest ached with it. "You'd better keep that promise, Broden MacDonald." Her voice wavered but held. "Because if you die on me, I'll never forgive you." Despite everything, he smiled. "There's my fierce lass." Lennox was already moving, organizing the escort, his shoulder still bandaged from the mercenary attack on the castle, but his sword arm steady. "We'll have her to MacDougall within the quarter hour, my laird. You have my word." "Aye." Broden clasped his second's forearm in the warrior's grip, feeling the solid strength of the man who'd stood beside him through countless battles. Then they were moving, Lennox and 9 warriors forming a protective cocoon around Rosie as they peeled away from the main group, disappearing down a side wind toward the lawn market. Broden watched until Rosie's golden head vanished from sight, his heart following her even as his body remained rooted to the frozen cobblestones. When he finally turned back to his remaining warriors, the smile that curved his lips had nothing to do with humor and everything to do with vengeance. "Right, lads." His voice was deceptively light-hearted. "Let's give these Sassenach scoundrels something to remember." The 9 men with him grinned. Feral, eager expressions that spoke to Highland bloodlines stretching back centuries. These weren't green recruits or reluctant conscripts. These were MacDonald warriors who'd survived the brutal aftermath of the 15 uprising, who'd learned to fight dirty and win against overwhelming odds. They were exactly the men Broden needed at his back. As they approached the original magistrate's door, the English soldiers emerged from hiding like roaches scuttling toward light. Red coats flooded the street, muskets rising in practiced unison, bayonets fixed and gleaming dully in the grey winter light. They had to be 50 men, maybe more, all arranged in the rigid formations that made the British Army so formidable on open battlefields. But Edinburgh's narrow winds weren't open battlefields. And Highlanders didn't fight like civilized soldiers. The English captain stepped forward, young, arrogant, his uniform immaculate despite the weather. The kind of officer who'd purchased his commission rather than earning it through competence, who thought Highland barbarians would cower before superior English firepower. Laird MacDonald. The captain's voice carried the plummy tones of English aristocracy, each syllable dripping with unearned superiority. "You and your men face potential arrest for harboring a fugitive from English justice. Surrender your fugitive and submit to His Majesty's authority." Broden let the silence stretch, watching the captain's confidence waver as Highland warriors stared back with the flat, emotionless gazes of men who'd killed before and would again without hesitation. Then he threw back his head and laughed, deep, genuine amusement that echoed off stone walls and made the English soldiers shift nervously. "Arrest?" He wiped his eyes, still chuckling. "Lad, I dinna ken what fool gave you command of this little expedition, but you're standing on Scottish soil making threats to a Highland laird. That's not courage. That's suicide." The captain's face flushed red. "I have 50 armed men, and we are 10 men worth 100 of you." Broden's smile sharpened to something predatory. "But I'll give you one chance to walk away. Take your toy soldiers and march back to whatever English hole you crawled out of. Do it now, and you might live to tell your grandchildren about the day you almost fought a MacDonald." The captain nearly sputtered with fury before he called out. "Fire!" His voice cracked on the command. Broden was already moving. The muskets discharged in ragged sequence, smoke and fire belching from barrels as lead balls screamed through the space where he'd been standing a heartbeat earlier. But Highlanders didn't wait for volleys. They moved like water through gaps, used cover that English training dismissed, struck from angles civilized warfare didn't acknowledge. Broden's blade sang free of its scabbard as he closed the distance to the English line. Around him, his warriors flowed into motion, the Highland battle cry tearing from their throats, blades flashing in the weak winter light, bodies colliding with bone-jarring force. The English soldiers had numbers. But the MacDonalds had fury, skill, and intimate knowledge of urban warfare gained through decades of uprisings in these very streets. Broden's blade sheared through a musket barrel, splintering wood and sending the wielder stumbling backward. He reversed his grip, driving the pommel into another soldier, watched him crumple. A bayonet thrust toward his ribs. He pivoted, let it slide past, caught the attached musket and wrenched it from nervous fingers. The soldier went down under Broden's boot, and he was already moving to the next threat, his broadsword an extension of will and muscle. Around him, chaos reigned. His warriors fought with the controlled savagery that made Highland warriors legendary, brutal efficiency married to centuries of martial tradition. They used the narrow wind to their advantage, forcing the English into compressed spaces where numbers meant nothing, where a man with a blade and nerve could hold off 10. But 50 was still 50. Broden blocked a sword strike, felt the impact against his arm. He kicked out, caught his attacker in the knee, heard him howl. The man went down instantly. Another took his place, then another, a tide of red coats that kept coming despite mounting casualties. This was the gamble. Hold out long enough for Rosie to reach safety. Make the English pay dearly enough that retreat seemed preferable to continued assault. A musket ball grazed his shoulder, burning through fabric and scoring flesh beneath. Broden barely noticed, too focused on the soldier closing from his left, the one raising a pistol on his right, the press of bodies threatening to overwhelm through sheer mass. Then Colm was there, the old captain fighting one last battle with his laird before moving his disgraced family north, his blade a blur as he carved through the English ranks. "Fall back, my laird. We've bought enough time." Broden risked a glance toward the lawn market. No sign of Rosie or her escort. Either they'd reached MacDougall safely, or, no. Colm wouldn't be here if she hadn't made it. He drove his blade through an attacking soldier, moved on. Fighting withdrawal, he called to his men. By pairs. Now. His warriors shifted formation with practiced ease, never breaking contact but yielding ground in controlled increments. They backed toward the nearest wind. Narrow enough that only 2 men could advance abreast, defensible with proper positioning. "Go," he commanded, positioning himself at the wind entrance, his broadsword held ready, blocking the entire passage with his considerable frame. "I'll hold them." "Broden, that's an order, Colm." He didn't look back, couldn't afford to take his eyes off the English soldiers regrouping for another assault. "Get the men clear. I'll follow when I can." He felt rather than saw Colm's hesitation. Then the old captain barked commands, and Broden heard his warriors retreating deeper into the wind. He joined them as soon as he could. Chapter 13, The Highlander's Wish. Magistrate MacDougall's office was smaller than Rosie expected, just a cramped room above a mercer's shop, with narrow windows that let in weak winter light and walls lined with leather-bound legal texts. But the man himself commanded attention despite the modest surroundings. He was no more than 60, with shrewd gray eyes and the kind of weathered face that spoke of hard decisions made and lived with. Rosie sat in a wooden chair that creaked beneath her slight weight, her hands folded in her lap to hide their trembling. Lennox stood at her shoulder like a silent guardian, while the other MacDonald warriors positioned themselves around the room's perimeter, not threatening, exactly, but present enough to make clear they'd tolerate no diversions. Everything depended on this. Her freedom. Her future. Her life with Broden. If Broden survived. The thought made her stomach clench so violently she nearly gasped. He'd promised to come back. Had looked her in the eyes and sworn he'd return to her. But promises meant nothing against 50 armed soldiers, against musket balls and bayonets and the chaos of combat. She should have fought harder to stay with him. Should have refused to leave, regardless of the consequences. Lady Roselyn. MacDougall's voice pulled her back to the present. He'd been reviewing their evidence for what felt like hours but was probably closer to 20 minutes. The document spread across his desk, his expression growing darker with each page turned. These allegations against your cousin are serious. Fraud, attempted kidnapping, conspiracy to commit wrongful imprisonment. They're also true. She kept her voice steady despite the fear churning in her gut. Every word. I dinna doubt it. He tapped her maid's statement, his mouth thinning to a hard line. Dr. Pemberley alone is concerning. The man is accused of falsifying medical documents in exchange for payment. That's a hanging offence in Scotland, and should be in England as well. Will it be enough? The question burst from her before she could stop it. To clear my name? To stop Edmund? MacDougall studied her with those sharp grey eyes, and she had the uncomfortable sensation of being weighed and measured. Tell me, lass. Why come to me instead of the English magistrate on the south side? He's the usual one to take cases pertaining to English law. Lennox shifted beside her. We saw the first location was compromised, sir. English soldiers waiting in ambush. Ah. MacDougall's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his gaze. Interest, perhaps. Or approval. And these soldiers just let you walk away? Not exactly, sir. Broden is, Rosie's voice caught. She cleared her throat, tried again. Laird MacDonald is defending us. I'm his betrothed. He's holding the soldiers off while I meet with you. I dinna imagine he'd let anyone hurt you. The magistrate leaned back in his chair, which protested with a squeal of tortured wood. I kenned his father, you see. Fought beside Hamish MacDonald during Dundee's rising. Good man. Honourable. Died too young. He paused. The son has his father's eyes. And his father's stubbornness. Despite everything, Rosie felt her lips curve. The stubbornness is considerable. I'll wager it is. MacDougall gathered the documents into a neat stack. Very well. Based on this evidence, Lady Roselyn, I find no grounds whatsoever for declaring you incompetent. Your cousin's actions constitute fraud and attempted kidnapping at minimum. I'll issue warrants for Edmund Vaughan's arrest immediately, and I'll send copies to London with my seal. That should carry some weight with the English courts. Relief crashed over her like a wave, so intense it left her dizzy. Thank you. Thank you so much. However, the magistrate's tone sharpened. Your English title and lands remain subject to English law. As long as you hold those assets, your cousin, or any other ambitious relative, could continue to challenge your competency through the English court system. This evidence will help, certainly, but English nobility protects its own. If Edmund has connections, he might find sympathetic magistrates willing to overlook inconvenient facts. The relief curdled into something cold and heavy. Of course. She should have known it wouldn't be so simple. Nothing about Edmund had ever been simple. What are my options? She heard the defeat creeping into her voice, hated it, but couldn't quite banish it. You could fight. MacDougall spread his hands. Hire solicitors, present your case to every level of the English legal system, spend years and a fortune proving what we already can, that you're perfectly sane and your cousin is a greedy scoundrel, begging your pardon for the language. Or you renounce your English holdings entirely. Title, lands, fortune, all of it. It will go to the next heir in the line of succession. You become Scottish in the eyes of the law. Bind yourself to your husband, swear fealty to his clan, sever all legal ties to England. His gaze held hers, steady and serious. It would put you permanently beyond Edmund's reach. He'd have no claim, no standing, no legal avenue to pursue. You'd be untouchable. Rosie's heart began to beat with hope. She certainly couldn't benefit from those possessions with Edmund a constant threat, and she would have had to renounce her title upon entering any marriage outside of the nobility anyway. Be it in England or in Scotland. The thought of forfeiting every last bit of it didn't shock her at all, quite the contrary. She thought of Inverlochie Castle, with its ancient stones and wild beauty. Of Isla's laughter and Morag's gruff kindness. Of dancing reels in the great hall while pipes wailed joyfully. Of Broden's hands cradling her face, his voice rumbling promises against her skin. Of home. I renounce them. The words came swift, sure, carrying the weight of absolute conviction. All titles, all lands, all inheritance. I want none of it. MacDougall's bushy eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. You understand what you're giving up? A fortune that would make any Scot blush. A position that guarantees comfort and influence for the rest of your life. I understand, but I'm gaining something far more valuable. The MacDonalds do not want my fortune, and they do not value my English status. And they certainly do not desire land in my native country. None of it means anything here. She thought of Broden's smile, rare and devastating when it appeared. Isla's friendship, offered without calculation or ulterior motive. The great hall filled with warmth and belonging, where she was valued for herself rather than her bloodline. I'm gaining a home. A family. A future worth living. The magistrate studied her for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable. Then he nodded slowly, something that might have been respect flickering in his eyes. Very well. I'll draw up the papers. The renunciation will need to be notarized and filed with both Scottish and English authorities, but I can handle that. Once it's done, you'll be Lady Roselyn no more, just Mistress Vaughan, soon to be MacDonald, subject to Scottish law and Scottish protection. Rosie, she corrected softly. Just Rosie. Rosie, then. He pulled a fresh sheet of parchment from a drawer, reaching for his quill. This will take some time to draft properly. Legal language being what it is. Why dinna you? The door crashed open with enough force to rattle the windows. Rosie spun, her heart launching into her throat, every muscle tensing for fight or flight. But it wasn't English soldiers come to drag her away. It wasn't Edmund's hired killers. It was Broden. He filled the doorway like some ancient god of war, massive, imposing, spattered with blood that looked black in the weak light. His chest heaved with exertion, his dark hair wild around his face, and his eyes found hers with laser focus that burned away everything else in the world. It's done. His voice came rough, scraped raw. We held off the soldiers. How are things coming along here? You're alive. She was running before conscious thought completed, her chair clattering backward, her feet carrying her across the small space with desperate speed. You're alive, you're alive, you're... She threw herself into his arms with enough force to stagger a smaller man. Broden caught her easily, his hands closing around her waist, lifting her clear off the floor as he spun her in a tight circle. She buried her face in his neck, breathing in sweat and leather and the indefinable scent that was purely him. Always, he rumbled against her hair, his arms banding around her like iron. Like safety. Like home. I promised, didn't I? She pulled back just enough to see his face, her hands framing his jaw, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms. You're hurt. There's blood, not mine. Mostly. His smile flashed, fierce and triumphant. Takes more than a few English soldiers to put down a MacDonald. Broden set her down but kept his hands on her waist, as if he couldn't quite bring himself to let go. His grin turned wolfish. Turns out Highlanders have a reputation for a reason. She wanted to be angry. Wanted to rage at him for taking such ridiculous risks, for nearly getting himself killed, for making her wait and worry while he played hero against impossible odds. Instead, she found herself laughing, great gasping laughs that bordered on hysterical, relief and joy and residual terror all tangling together in her chest until she couldn't breathe properly. "You're completely insane," she managed between laughs. "Utterly mad. No sane person enters a fight that outnumbered." "Well, you're marrying a madman then." He pressed his forehead to hers, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We'll be mad together." Ahem. MacDougall's pointed cough reminded them they had an audience. "While I'm delighted you've survived your bout of heroism, Laird MacDonald, we have business to conclude. Unless you'd prefer your betrothed remain legally English and vulnerable to future schemes?" Broden's expression hardened instantly, all trace of humor vanishing. "What needs to be done?" "The lass is renouncing her English holdings. All of them. It requires signatures, witnesses, and my seal." MacDougall gestured to the documents spread across his desk. "After that, she'll be free, and Edmund Vaughan will have no legal claim whatsoever." Something fierce and possessive flared in Broden's dark eyes. "How long will that take?" "An hour to draft everything properly. Another to make copies for the English authorities." The magistrate was still writing, his quill scratching across parchment with practiced efficiency. "You're welcome to wait here, though I'd suggest getting those wounds looked at first. You're dripping blood on my floor." "I'm fine." "You are bleeding." Rosie touched his ribs, felt him wince. "Don't lie to me. It's just a scratch." "Liar." She reached beneath her skirt to tear off a patch of her chemise, folding it in a wad and pressing it tightly against the wound. "We'll wait." "I'm not letting those documents out of my sight until this is finished," he said, taking hold of the bandage. They waited while MacDougall worked, standing close together near the narrow window, watching Edinburgh's streets slowly empty as afternoon faded toward evening. Broden kept one arm around her waist, anchoring her against his side. She leaned into his warmth, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm, and let herself finally believe it was truly over. Edmund arrested. Her name cleared. Her future secured. And Broden alive, whole, hers. When the documents were finally ready, she signed her name with steady hands, Lady Roselyn Vaughan, for the last time. Lennox and Colm were called in to witness, and MacDougall's seal stamped the parchment with the weight of legal authority. Then it was done. "Congratulations, Mistress Vaughan," the magistrate said, extending his hand. "May your new life bring you joy." "It already has." She glanced up at Broden, saw his fierce pride, and smiled. "More than I ever imagined possible." ******. They returned to Inverlochie on Hogmanay, the last day of the year, when the Highlands celebrated with fire and music and hope for better times ahead. The castle had transformed again in their absence. Holly and heather draped every surface, their green popping vibrantly against the ancient stone. Candles blazed in every window, turning the fortress into a beacon visible for miles. The scent of roasting meat, fresh bread, and spiced wine filled the air, rich and achingly familiar. The clan had gathered, not for war this time, but for celebration. MacLeods and Camerons, Grants and Stuarts, warriors who'd stood beside Broden during those tense days when Edmund's threat loomed large. Now they filled the great hall, their voices raised in song and laughter, their cups lifted in toasts to the new year and new beginnings. Rosie stood in the doorway, taking it all in, feeling her throat tighten with emotion. This was what she'd chosen over her title, her English estates, and the aristocratic privilege that came with it all. This warmth, this belonging, this sense of having found her place in the world. "Ready, lass?" Broden's hand settled on her lower back, solid and sure. "For what?" His smile was mysterious. "You'll see." He led her through the celebrating crowd, warriors and clansmen parting to let them pass, their faces breaking into grins as they recognized their laird and his English bride. Someone started a cheer that spread like wildfire through the hall. Someone else began playing a pipe, the wild skirl of music cutting through the din. They feasted, they danced, they laughed with a joy that was unbridled for the first time. As midnight approached, Broden brought her to the center of the great hall. The noise gradually faded, hundreds of faces turning toward them with expectant smiles. The hall hushed, waiting. Broden took her hands in his grip warm and steady, his dark eyes holding hers with an intensity that stole her breath. "Roselyn Vaughan," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall, "you came to us through a blizzard, fierce as any Highland warrior. You've claimed my heart, earned my clan's loyalty, and shown courage that would make our ancestors proud." He paused, and she saw something vulnerable flicker across his harsh features. "Before these witnesses, I ask, are you ready to become my wife? Ready to take the MacDonald name, bind yourself to me and this clan, and let me spend the rest of my days proving you made the right choice?" Tears blurred her vision, but Rosie had never seen more clearly. This man, this fierce, stubborn, impossible Highland laird, was offering her everything. His name, his protection, and most importantly, his heart. A place to belong with him, here in the Highlands. The future was bright with possibility. Yes. The word came sure and strong despite the tears streaming down her cheeks. 1,000 times yes. The hall erupted in cheers, deafening and joyful. But Rosie barely heard it. Her entire world had narrowed to Broden's face, to the emotion transforming his harsh features into something beautiful and tender and hers. Isla appeared at her elbow, grinning wide enough to split her face, holding ribbons of silk, red for passion, white for purity, green for growth. "Thought you might need these. Now? No time like Hogmanay for a handfasting." "A handfasting?" Father Dougal, the clan's priest, stepped forward with solemn dignity that contrasted sharply with his twinkling eyes. He began wrapping the ribbons around their joined hands, speaking in Gaelic while Broden translated softly, his voice meant only for her. "You are blood of my blood, bone of my bone." His thumb stroked across her knuckles, the touch achingly gentle. "I give you my body, that we might be one. I give you my spirit, until our life is done." She repeated the vow, her voice steady and sure despite the tears welling, watching emotion transform his harsh features into something beautiful. The ribbons tightened, binding them together, physically, legally, spiritually. When Father Dougal finished his blessing, Broden pulled her close. "One more tradition," he murmured, then looked up. Rosie followed his gaze and laughed. Mistletoe hung in a perfect arch above them, the white berries glowing in the firelight. Isla's handiwork, no doubt, orchestrated with her usual flair for drama. "The Highlander's wish," Broden said, loud enough for the hall to hear. His thumb stroked her cheek, his eyes holding hers with an intensity that made her knees weak. "On Hogmanay, beneath the mistletoe, a man may make one wish that's sure to come true." The hall had gone silent again, everyone leaning forward, waiting. "Rosie Vaughan." He paused, smiled. "No. Rosie MacDonald. My heart, my warrior, my everything. Be my lady, now and forever." "That's not a wish," she whispered, smiling as tears threatened. "That's already true." His grin flashed, boyish and devastating and completely undoing what remained of her composure. "The forever part is the wish. Because I've already got everything else I want." He kissed her then. Not the gentle brush of lips from before, but something deeper, claiming, a promise sealed in the mingling of breath and the perfect rightness of two souls recognizing their mate. She kissed him back with everything she had, every ounce of love and gratitude and fierce joy singing through her veins. The hall exploded. Bagpipes wailed celebration. Drums thundered rhythm. Voices rose in cheers and blessings and ribald suggestions that made her cheeks burn even as she laughed. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, church bells began to ring, signaling the arrival of midnight. The new year had officially dawned, bringing with it renewed hope for a future bright with promise. When they finally broke apart, both breathless and laughing, Rosie looked around at the sea of smiling faces, her clan now, her family, her home. No more running. No more hiding. No more fear. Just love and belonging and a future worth fighting for. "Happy?" Broden asked softly, his forehead resting against hers. She thought of the terrified woman who'd collapsed at these gates barely a month ago, certain she'd lost everything. She thought of what she'd found instead, love fiercer than any Highland winter and belonging deeper than any bloodline. Happy doesn't begin to cover it, she said, then pulled him down for another kiss, as if in doing so, she could claim this new year as theirs. Outside, snow fell soft as blessings over the Highlands. Over this castle, this clan, this love forged in danger and sealed in devotion. And somewhere in England, Edmund Vaughan hopefully sat in a cell, his schemes crumbled to ash, while the woman he'd tried to destroy danced in her Highland warrior's arms, wrapped in MacDonald plaid, singing old songs in a language she was learning to love. The fire burned bright in Inverlochie's great hall. The whiskey flowed free. The music played on. And Laird Broden MacDonald held his English bride. His Scottish wife, close against his heart, exactly where she belonged. Forever and always, until the mountains crumbled and the seas ran dry. Epilogue. 1 year later. Christmas Eve, 1717. Rosie stood at the same battlements where Broden had kissed her last year, watching snow fall over the glen in fat, lazy flakes that drifted like blessings from a slate-gray sky. Her hand rested on the gentle swell of her belly, 5 months along, carrying the next generation of MacDonalds. The child moved beneath her palm, a flutter like butterfly wings, and she smiled. Their bairn. Hers and Broden's. A tangible proof of the love they'd forged in fire and sealed in devotion. She heard his footsteps before he reached her, she always did now, attuned to him in ways that still made her blush when she thought about it too long. The particular cadence of his stride, the slight scrape of his boot heel, the whisper of wool against stone. Her body recognized him before her mind completed the thought. Strong arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her back against a chest solid as the castle walls. His hands covered hers over their child, large and calloused and impossibly gentle. "You'll catch cold, lass." His voice rumbled against her ear, that familiar burr sending warmth cascading down her spine despite the winter chill. Says the man who regularly patrols shirtless in January. She leaned into his warmth, feeling his quiet laugh vibrate through her. "I'm made of sterner stuff than you delicate English roses." She elbowed him gently, earning a grunt. This delicate English rose wielded a dirk against a mercenary once upon a time. "That you did." Pride saturated his voice, contrasting his admonition. "My fierce wee wife." The words still made her heart skip. Wife, his, belonging to this man and this place in ways that transcended law or custom. She turned in his arms, needing to see his face, and he adjusted his grip to accommodate her growing belly with the easy practice of the past months. She studied the face she'd learned better than her own, every scar earned in battle, every angle carved by Highland wind, every expression from tenderness to fury. The harsh plains had softened over the past year, or perhaps she'd simply learned to see the man beneath the warrior. Either way, he was hers, and the knowledge still filled her with wonder. "Do you ever regret it?" The question emerged softer than intended. "Marrying an Englishwoman? All the trouble I brought?" "Never." No hesitation, no pause to consider. Just absolute conviction delivered in that rumbling voice she'd come to crave. "You're the best thing that ever happened to me, Rosie mine. You and this bairn." His hand spread protectively over her belly, spanning the curve with possessive tenderness. "Our family. Family." The word filled her with warmth sweeter than any Highland whiskey, richer than any spiced wine. She had family now, truly had it in ways she'd never experienced in England. Not the cold, duty-bound family of her childhood, where affection was rationed and love considered a weakness. But a loud and messy one, overflowing with genuine care. She'd helped Isla establish a school for the clan's children, teaching them letters and numbers alongside Highland history and Gaelic songs. She'd learned to heal with morag, grinding herbs and setting bones with steady hands that no longer trembled at the sight of blood. She'd negotiated grain prices with Cameron of Lochiel and settled border disputes with the MacLeods, earning respect through fairness rather than birthright. She'd become Lady MacDonald in truth. Not just in name, but in purpose and belonging. And best of all, she'd found herself in these Highlands. Found home. What are you thinking? Broden's thumb stroked along her jaw, calloused and careful. That I'd do it all again. She covered his hand with hers. Every moment of fear, every danger, every impossible choice, if it meant ending up here with you. Happy doesn't begin to cover it, she said, then rose on tiptoe to press her lips to his. I love you, Broden MacDonald. Today and tomorrow and every day after, until the mountains crumble. And the seas run dry, he finished, completing the vow they'd spoken so often since their handfasting. His arms tightened around her, careful of their child, and she felt the tremor that ran through his powerful frame. I love you, Mo Grad. More than I have words to say. She smiled. Isla will have our heads if we don't help her with Christmas preparations. His laugh rumbled through them both. After you, lass. Broden watched his wife's face in the torchlight as they descended from the battlements, luminous with joy, beautiful beyond measure, and in that moment he knew he was the luckiest scoundrel in Scotland. Possibly in all of Britain. A year ago, he'd thought himself complete. A laird, a warrior, a leader who'd guided his clan through the brutal aftermath of failed rebellion. He'd had his duty and his place in the world clearly defined by blood and birthright. Of course, he'd known he must marry, eventually, but he'd had no idea what he was missing. Rosie changed everything. She brought light to his darkness, softness to his edges, laughter to halls that had echoed with grimness for too long. She challenged him when he grew too autocratic, supported him when doubt crept in, loved him with a fierceness that still stole his breath. And now she was giving him a child, a son or daughter who would carry both their strengths and both their stubborn wills. God help him when that child learned to talk. The combination of his determination and Rosie's sass would be formidable. They reached the great hall to find it already transformed. Holly and heather draped every surface, candles blazed in clusters that turned stone walls golden, and the scent of roasting meat mingled with cinnamon and cloves. Isla directed operations with the efficiency of a battlefield commander, while Morag supervised the kitchens with her usual gruff authority. His wife, the new Lady MacDonald, had been kind enough to let Isla keep her holiday duties, and his sister had been more than happy to accept. His clan gathered in knots throughout the space, warriors and wives, children and elders, all contributing to preparations in their own way. This was what he'd fought to preserve during those dark days of the 15. This warmth, this community, this sense of home that transcended politics and power. And Rosie had become the heart of it, as surely as if she'd been born to MacDonald plaid. There you are. Isla spotted them, her face breaking into a grin. I was about to send a search party. Rosie, I need your opinion on the seating arrangements. And Broden, Lennox needs you to help with the whiskey. Rosie squeezed his hand once, then released him to follow Isla into the organized chaos. He watched her go, marveling at how naturally she moved through his world now. No hesitation, no uncertainty, just confidence born from acceptance and love freely given. Stop mooning and help me with this barrel. Lennox's voice cut through his thoughts, amused and exasperated in equal measure. Broden turned to find his second-in-command struggling with a massive cask of whiskey. I dinna moon. You absolutely moon. Lennox grunted as they hefted the barrel together. Like a lovesick lad of 16 instead of the hardened warrior you supposedly are. I'm reflective. There's a difference. If you say so, my laird. But Lennox was grinning, and Broden found himself returning it. They worked in companionable silence, moving supplies and settling minor disputes as the afternoon wore into evening. The hall gradually filled with the extended clan, families from the outlying crofts, allies from neighboring territories, all gathering for the Christmas celebration that had become tradition. As darkness fell, Broden found himself standing at the high table, looking out over the assembled faces. His people. His responsibility. His family in the truest sense. And there, at his side where she belonged, stood Rosie. She'd changed into a gown of deep green wool that made her eyes luminous, her golden hair braided in the Highland fashion Isla had taught her. MacDonald colors suited her, he thought with fierce satisfaction. As if she'd always been meant to wear them. Ready? She murmured, her hand finding his beneath the table. Always. He laced their fingers together, drawing strength from her presence as he always did now. The feast began with traditional ceremony, Father Dougal's blessing, the lighting of the Yule log, the first toast to absent friends and lost kinsmen. Then the formality dissolved into celebration. Food flowed from kitchens, whiskey poured freely, and music filled every corner as pipes and fiddles joined in joyful harmony. Broden pulled Rosie into a reel, spinning her carefully despite her protests that she wasn't fragile. They danced until breathless, then collapsed into their chairs, laughing like children while the clan danced on. Later, after the dancing died down and the first round of stories were told, Morag approached with a bundle wrapped in soft wool. For the bairn, the old healer said gruffly, pressing it into Rosie's hands. Made it myself. Good Highland wool to keep the wee one warm. Rosie unwrapped it to reveal a tiny blanket, each stitch perfect, dyed in MacDonald colors. Her eyes filled with tears as she rose to embrace Morag, who tolerated the display of affection with more grace than Broden had ever seen her show. Thank you, Rosie whispered. For everything. For accepting me. For teaching me. For being the grandmother I never had. Morag's weathered face softened. You're a good lass, English or no. And you make our Laird happy. That's worth something too. When the gathering finally wound down, when the last guests had found beds or departed for home, Broden scooped Rosie into his arms despite her laughing protests. I can walk, you ridiculous man. Humor me. He carried her through corridors she'd made home, past walls hung with both MacDonald banners and small touches that were purely hers, embroidery, arrangements of winter greenery, the portrait of his parents she'd had restored and rehung with loving care. Their chambers glowed with firelight, welcoming and warm. He laid her gently on their bed, then joined her, pulling plaids up to cover them both. She nestled against his side with a contented sigh, one hand resting over his heart. I love you, Broden MacDonald, she murmured against his chest. And I love you, Rosie MacDonald. He drew her closer, breathing in the scent of her, heather and home, sweetness and strength. Today, tomorrow, and every day after, until the stars go dark and the mountains fall. That's quite a while, she murmured, already drifting toward sleep. Aye, lass. He kissed the top of her head, feeling her relax completely against him. That's the idea. He lay awake long after she slept, listening to her steady breathing, feeling the occasional flutter of movement from the child growing beneath his hand. Outside, snow continued to fall over the Highlands, blanketing the world in pristine white. Inside Dunvegan Castle, fires burned warm, love ran deep, and the future stretched before them. The Highlander had made his wish beneath the mistletoe on Hogmanay. Had asked for Rosie to be his lady, now and forever. He'd thought, in the moment, that she already was. But the wish had come true in more ways than he could ever have imagined. Life with Rosie was beyond his wildest dreams. As Rosie's breathing deepened into true sleep, as their child moved beneath his palm, as the fire crackled and snow fell and the world settled into peaceful quiet, Broden MacDonald closed his eyes and gave silent thanks. For Christmas blizzards that brought lost souls to his gates. For stubborn English ladies who refused to be vanquished. For love that grew in the strangest soil and bloomed more beautifully than any garden rose. For Rosie. Always and forever, for Rosie. His wish had been granted. And she was everything he'd ever dreamed she would be. The end. I'm so grateful you joined me for this love story. Creating these characters and their journey brought me immense joy, and I hope listening to this audiobook did the same for you. If you'd like to help others discover this audiobook, please like, share, hype, and subscribe. It really helps tell the algorithm that this channel is worth promoting. Hit the notification bell so you're alerted to the next clean romance audiobook. Thank you for being part of this community.